website. So I'd like to call today's meeting to order. Thank you for coming and dialing in. There'll be opportunity for public comment after the opening presentation and during each agenda item. As a reminder, the task force, and for those making public comment, please introduce yourself, name and organization every time you make a remark, so that the public and those participating remotely know who is speaking. To the task force, when you wish to speak, please raise your mic or your name tent, as you have previously done, to an upward position to indicate you'd like to speak. Please do not turn your mic on until you've been recognized to speak, as only 4 microphones can be on at any one time in the room. Red indicates the microphone is on, and no light means the microphone is off. Before we begin our main agenda for today, I'd like to welcome Daryl Johnson to make some opening remarks. Thank you. Sorry to be late.
Thank you for the invitation to make some opening remarks, and welcome to the task force to the headquarters of the Orange County Transportation Authority. And I know that we've gotten off to a little bit later start today through the challenges of planes, trains, and automobiles in all of Southern California. So I will make my remarks brief, but I would like to hit a couple things. If we get to the next slide, please. So this may be an obvious question, but what is OCTA? What we are not is a standalone transit agency. We're not a standalone toll agency. We're not a standalone taxing agency. What we are is a consolidated agency, one of only 3 in the state, 2 in Southern California, that have the broad responsibilities of transit, sustainability, highways, streets and roads, express toll lanes, a local sales tax authority, tow truck services, and other things. And the agency was formed in 1991 through a consolidation of agencies, and that has served us quite well over that time, saving taxpayers tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. But today I'd like to use my time just to talk about our transit programs, which account for just over 50% of the agency's annual budget. If we go to the next slide. So I titled this Stability Through Strategy and Stewardship, and I think that is embedded in what we think about in our transit system here. We've built long-term stability in the transit system through what I like to call disciplined planning and sound financial management. We have long-range planning work that we've done that has included what we call OC Bus 360, with the idea of taking a comprehensive look at the system and making better connection studies, which is a multi-phase, data-driven effort to adapt to changing travel patterns. Recent changes in that area improved frequencies, expanded service, optimized our routes, discontinued unproductive routes, with a focus on benefiting more than 90% of existing riders. On the financial side, when revenues were strong, we avoided unsustainable spending. We restored service after the pandemic strategically, and we set aside funds in a long-term operating reserve to ensure that we could fund our financial future. That foresight does ensure that if the economy slows, we can maintain service and avoid cuts. In addition, on the bottom right-hand side, we have something called a comprehensive business plan. I've been at OCTA 22 years, and this has been in place that entire time and slightly longer. We update it every year. We present it to the board and the public every 2 years, and it has a 20-year cash flow from everything from the biggest programs that we do, the capital construction programs, to the smallest, like the senior mobility program and the tow truck freeway service patrol. And we use that to ensure to our policymakers and the public that we can afford every program and project that we ask them to approve in any given budget cycle. If we go to the next slide. What we're focused on today in the transit system is building the next generation of riders. And we're making it easier than ever for young people to choose transit. And in that process, we are hopeful that we're building the riders of tomorrow. There's 2 things that we've been doing over the last few years. On the right-hand side, I'll start there first. We have 9 community colleges in Orange County. And just before the pandemic, we entered into agreements with all 9 community colleges for free rides for all community college students. It's a partnership with each and every community college, your student ID with the embedded mag stripe, which I'll come to passes in just a moment. You can ride OC Bus anywhere in the system, anywhere in the county, any day. It doesn't have to just take you to and from school. It expands educational access, and we want to be very focused on this idea that transit or transportation shouldn't be a barrier to education. And then with the success of that, we decided to push that even further with the Youth Ride Free program, the first large transit agency in the region to offer ongoing free rides for all youth. And I think what is important here is the bullet at the very bottom. These 2 programs together in last calendar year accounted for 16% of all of our rides. The obvious question, what was it before that? It was less than 5%. So we've tripled that ridership in that. Well, what does that mean for the whole system? How's the whole system doing? If we could go to the next slide. The orange slide is OCTA, the Orange County bus system. But we achieved 102% of pre-COVID ridership last fall. And so everyone in this room is familiar with March 11th of 2020. That's where this graph starts. That's where our world changed as it related to the pandemic and COVID. So we measure against that. And what I've laid in here is the national ridership from the National Transit Database, which is about 81%. We're very proud of this. We continue to focus on it. And we've been very focused on how do we continue to invest in our future so we can keep those ridership numbers up and continue to provide a service to the people that need it most. So if we go to the next slide, we've got 4 things around investing in the future of transit. And I've spoken to at least 2 members of the task force today that expressed frustration with our current transit app, and they're correct, but it's being replaced in the next 60 days with something we call the Wave Card. It's a rider validation system. It includes fare capping, free 2-hour transfers, balance protection, direct payments through Apple and Google Pay. So it's a big transformation for us, and we're very excited about that. That'll launch a little bit later this year. We also recently received our OC streetcar vehicles. We are building a 4-mile streetcar line from the Santa Ana Regional Transportation Center that connects more than 24 Amtrak trains and more than 50 Metrolink trains each and every day. Moves west through the 2nd largest employment site in the county outside of Disneyland. It's the County Government Services Area Civic Center, and then goes to Harbor Boulevard, which is the busiest bus route in OCTA's network with more than 10,000 riders per day. We're currently testing the vehicles, and we expect to launch revenue service in the spring of next year. We're very committed to a zero-emission future. We are testing both battery electric zero-emission buses, as well as hydrogen fuel cell electric buses, and we're expanding on that fleet now. And we just broke ground on a new transit security and operations center in Anaheim. I find this interesting. It's property that we purchased for a freeway project in the 90s. We held that property, and the freeway program, if you will, sold it to the transit program. And so we paid ourselves with one hand and bought it with the other hand, and that is under construction and broke ground to be a state-of-the-art operations center that will centralize all of our operations, security, and emergency response there. Let me close with just a few challenges. If we go to the last slide. Funding for Metrolink, we are one of the members of the Joint Powers Authority with the 5-county regional commuter rail service or regional rail service. Ridership continues to remain below pre-pandemic levels. Operating costs are on the rise, and that's requiring more passenger member agency subsidy. And we are concerned that there needs to be a permanent and strategic and important long-term fix to support that rail system in Southern California. I don't have to tell all of you in this room that there is uncertainty around cap and trade as it relates to OCTA. We have $367 million in funding that we believe are projects that are at risk if we do not maintain the predictable and sustained funding program. And although we're committed to a zero-emission future and transition, the market's not mature. Higher in vehicle infrastructure costs are limiting all of our ability to invest in that. And then perhaps maybe a little bit unique is that we have between LA and San Diego a wonderful 129-mile rail line in Orange County, Southern Orange County and San Clemente. 7 of those miles are within approximately, depending upon how you count, either 0 inches or about 50 feet from the ocean. And it's had a significant amount of challenges with coastal erosion and sea level rise. And we really need to ensure that we're making long-term investment there. So those are some of our challenges on the horizon. And perhaps this is not the most exciting thing, news of the day. I understand Taylor Swift got engaged earlier, so that is probably a little more exciting than this. But my key takeaways for the day, if we can go to the last slide, is I would like you to think about, when you think about OCTA and transit, is stability through strategic planning. If you're not looking to the future, then you can't understand what your future is going to be, and you need to make decisions today that allow you to be stable in the future. And you need to be able to drive your ridership growth. You can't hope for ridership growth. Hope is not a strategy. You have to make sure that you're doing things and you're offering a service that people want to ride, that serves them. And just because the ridership patterns worked 5 years ago doesn't mean they'll work 5 years from now. And then finally, investing in the future is critical. We all have short-term challenges. Every organization has short-term challenges. But if we don't advance major initiatives and projects, we can't transform and prepare ourselves for the long term. So with that, Mr. Edison and others, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, welcome to Orange County.
Do
we have any questions for Daryl before he leaves us? Anybody? Yes, please, Alex.
Thank you so much, Daryl. And I enjoyed taking your buses this morning. It was great. I just had a quick question on the community college pass. I assume you fund that through your general revenue, or is there any partnership that helps to fund the community college pass? And regardless, do you know just generally how much it may be of your budget?
Yes, generally speaking, it's a small number. What we did start with, I can't remember the exact funding source. I can find it for you. The very first one was Santa Ana Community College about 6 years ago, and we funded 100% of it because, frankly, we couldn't get community colleges to understand what we were trying to propose. And so we funded the first component of it, and then we asked the community colleges if it was successful, would they go through their process and have their students vote on a small fee. I believe it's less than $9 a semester that the students vote on, and then it's about a 50-50 cost sharing now. But we can get the specifics for you on that. And we did use some one-time grants to start it up, but it's overall very low cost. But I'll provide that information in our, because we've just renewed all of them, so we have our latest numbers with them.
Okay, thank you so much, Daryl. Appreciate your time. And this is a great message of valuable initiatives that can make transit better, so appreciate it.
Thank you. And I forgot, I think it is LC TOPS through Cap and Trade is one of the funding sources as well. So, thank you, Jeff.
Okay, at this point, we're going to go ahead and take a public comment. Just a reminder that public comments that are sent into the SB 125 inbox are posted on our website under public comment. And there's now an opportunity for public comment both in the room and online.
Thank you. So we'll take public comments, and first we'll have 5 opportunities for public comments throughout the meeting today, and we're going to limit public comments to 1 minute apiece since we are a little short on time today. So who would like to make a public comment? I see 3 people in the room. We'll take public comments first in the room, and then we'll take them from our Zoom call. And if you would, just make sure your mic is on here and then leave it to 1 minute.
All right. Hello, members of the task force. My name is Zenon Alyate Crow. I'm a volunteer with Californians for Electric Rail, here to voice my strong support for the capital project delivery reform recommendations that you guys are considering today. When we talk about transit construction in California especially, we know it's getting more expensive, it's getting more time to take to do it. We're heading in a direction that we really need to do radical action to make sure we turn this around. We support the investments that we're putting into our economy and make sure we build transit for people. And the way we're going to be able to do that is if we implement these recommendations. There's a severe need both for legislative action and agency level action to go ahead and put forward changes that we can know from international best practice will help both the speed and the delivery and the cost of these projects. And if we want to make sure that for people like me who eventually want to take a lot of these transit projects in the future, that I can have them before I have kids, we need to make sure we're pushing forward on these project delivery reforms. So I really strongly encourage the task force to support these reforms, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, 1 minute, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Yanity. I am Vice President South of the Rail Passenger Association of California and Nevada, or RailPAC. We're an all-volunteer nonprofit, and I am a resident of Fullerton here in Orange County. And as an Orange County citizen, I want to say thank you to the state agencies for supporting OCTA for the San Clemente track work and coastal rail resiliency work in particular. It's very important for those of us here in the Southland. And I also want to state that the state should provide more operational funding to Metrolink and regional rail agencies like that to reduce the burden on agencies like OCTA and a steady stream of that operational funding. And also, I would like just to say that RailPAC, we do not support hydrogen-powered trains. Hydrogen gets labeled as zero emissions, but you look at the supply chain and where it comes from and how much leakage happens, it's actually very bad for the environment, bad for the climate. Even green hydrogen leaks into the atmosphere and causes climate impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Task Force. My name is Xerxes Zangane. I am from Tustin. My family has been living there since the 90s, and I'm just an impassioned citizen. First, I want to thank the Task Force for your role and everything you guys have done so far. I want to start by saying I advocate for agencies to treat all forms of transportation equitably. We already do in-house design for road transportation. I don't see why we should be wasting so much money seeking out consultants, which is a huge drain and ballooning costs for rail transit. No one should know their backyard better than the people who built their careers there. Explicitly, I want to advocate for electrification. As we already saw with Caltrain, an initial investment leads to reduced costs, increased ridership, and reduced travel times. And this is something that we should be implementing across the state to save operations costs in the future. Finally, I want to point out that the main rival to efficient rail transit in the state is freight rail. Freight rail plays an important commercial part in our economy, but the state has the capacity to bully freight rail and instead spent billions on viaducts in the Central Valley so that single lines wouldn't have to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other public comments in the room, Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we currently have 4 raised hands on the Zoom call, and just a reminder to please use the raise your hand feature to make a public comment. The next public comment is Adriana. As a reminder, you have 1 minute. I'll provide you with a 15-second warning verbally and let you know when the 1 minute is up. I will unmute you now.
Hi, hello, my name's Adriana Rizzo. I live in Riverside, California. I'm here representing multiple organizations for this comment, and hopefully you'll hear from me again later. On behalf of England Urbanists, I'd like to support the recommendations around fare and schedule integration, including, this is a big issue for us in the region where we're in a metro area with many counties that are not properly integrated with the rest of the transit system. I hopefully will be speaking about this more later. On behalf of Common Ground California, I would like to speak in support of the recommendations around transit-oriented development, particularly amending the Surplus Land Act to incentivize transit agencies developing housing on land they own. And on behalf of Californians for Electric Rail, I would like to echo Zenon's comments and support the capital project delivery reforms. Really important that those make it into the final report and that we make progress on getting these important transit projects done faster.
Thank you, Adriana. Your 1 minute is up. We'll move on to our next public comment, Adina. Just a reminder, you have 1 minute, and I'll unmute you now.
Hello, Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area. Wanted to support the Californians for Electric Rail comments on capital project reducing the time and cost. I wanted to talk about the items on the agenda today about coordinating fares and schedules and wayfinding, where there is really important opportunities for the state to provide support in terms of funding and tools and technical support, and in some cases standards. And then at the regional level to do the heavy lifting on what should be done for the operational coordination of fares and schedules in regions where it's not totally clear what the boundaries for that coordination should be. The first step is for that region to
10 seconds remaining
on what that should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. Our next public comment is David. I will unmute you now.
Hi, my name is David Sanders, and I'm a concerned citizen. I live in Irvine, California, and I've been living in Orange County for the majority of my life. And I wanted to point out that there is currently a public, bill that's being promoted that's called SB 125. And it involves transit reform. This bill will streamline the development of future transit projects and ensure that transit will be much more efficient, particularly in railway transit for future development. It'll be easier to construct things. It'll be easier to build things regarding permits. In addition, I think we should also divert funding from highway expansion, which, as we know, always results in like greater traffic. And costs billions and billions of dollars, including roughly 125 million a mile, and divert it to the streetcar system, which is only $100 million a mile, especially if we can extend it to UC Irvine and to the Irvine area. So that's pretty much what I'm saying, those 3 points.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Kevin, and I'll unmute you now.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Dedicatoria. I live in Culver City. I live in Chino Hills for the previous three and a half years. I'm calling in support of fair integration and coordinating schedules, especially in Southern California. Right now, 2, soon 3 out of the 5 counties among the Metrolink Board of Directors will have both open loop payment apps and transit cards, including Orange County. And if you notice Orange County's study, people will choose the Wave card over smartphone and tap to pay credit and debit cards combined. And I am urging the state to get involved and coordinate with Metrolink to introduce a reloadable regional transit card payment, such as what San Diego County has. And transit cards are a good, effective way to not only boost ridership, but in good marketing for taking the train and improve, and also to expand last mile transit connections for not just workers, but for those who are going to sporting events like the NBA All-Star Game and the Olympics and Paralympics. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Carlos, and we have 4 more public comments. I'll go ahead and unmute Carlos now.
Rachel, we're not hearing anything in the room.
Carlos, we're not hearing. You're unmuted yet.
Can you hear me?
You have to unmute as well. Yep, now we can.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I don't know why my name is coming up different. Carlos is my coworker. I might be on his Zoom, but my name is Mari Luna. I work with Sage. I live and work in South LA, and I'm calling to support more state funding for regions to be able to implement and coordinate better for transit within the region. I also want to state that, you know, our communities that ride transit are facing an unprecedented amount of state-sanctioned violence from ICE raids, from federal enforcers in LA. And I want to uplift that a lot of our families want to feel safe on transit, and that means providing funding to these systems. I also know that the conversation around the fare box recovery ratio is happening, and I want to advocate for other alternatives to the
15 seconds.
system. Our families are struggling, and I want to make sure that the system is actually supporting the families that use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Nikki, and I'll allow you to unmute now.
Hello, my name is Nick Kiev. I live in Beverly Hills, California, and I just want to voice my support for the capital infrastructure and transit building reforms that proposed by the proposed by the task force. We really need to remove a ton of the bureaucratic red tape, which unfortunately ties up projects and causes them to get more expensive. We also need greater in-house development team and design, as well as construction. And I just wanted to voice my support for that. I also wanted to voice my support for more integrated fare, a more integrated fare system. We really need a reloadable transit card or something of that sort around, so it's easier to basically transfer throughout the entire system or throughout multiple systems in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Benjamin. I'll allow you to unmute now.
Hi, my name is Benjamin. I am a citizen in Belmont, California. I want to just bring up that we currently have a federal administration that is very hostile towards large capital transit funding. And I think in light of that, we as a state really need to move away from relying on the federal government for our funding and should really consider using the funding that we currently have more efficiently, which is why I want to really push for us as a state to move away from the grant patchwork funding system and towards a system that is far more in favor of formula funding, fully funding research, fully funding large capital projects that meet what our state planning has in mind. And
We have
what?
we have reached your 1 minute allotted time, so we'll move on to the next public comment, which is Bart, and Bart will allow you to talk now.
I'm off mute. Okay, hi, it's Bart Reed, Executive Director of the Transit Coalition. We're a Southern California-based nonprofit that deals with transportation advocacy, land use planning, goods movement. I'm addressing some of the comments today to electrification, and I'm extremely concerned about hydrogen. Hydrogen is extremely costly. It's an imported fuel. It's a fossil fuel. It doesn't solve any problems. We need to electrify Metrolink, and we need to electrify the low sand corridor. It needs to be with catenary that's at least 23 feet high, so double stacked trains can go between Los Angeles and San Diego. And since I'm running out of time, I thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much. We have no more raised hands, so that concludes our public comment on Zoom.
Thank you, Rachel. Public comment period is over for this part of the agenda.
Thank you very much, and thanks for all the public comments. We appreciate them. I'd like to now take a roll call vote for those in the room to see who we have here and to establish quorum. So, Mike, please do a roll call.
Will do. So I will call you by your last name. Ajise. Barnes.
Present.
Baughman.
Here.
Cooney.
Here.
Edison.
Here.
Flournoy.
Here.
Griffith.
Here.
Hance.
Here.
Lindsay.
Present.
Lippman.
Here.
Matute.
Here.
Miller.
Here.
Moluna.
Here.
Murphy.
Here.
Padgett-Stevens.
Here.
Pimentel.
Here.
Powers. York.
Here.
Swarza. Volkov. Turner.
Here.
Watkins.
Here.
Watts.
Here.
Wenderman. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And as we try to get our back on schedule here, we're going to take a brief lunch around noon. We'll grab our lunches and bring them back and keep working through lunch. So that'll be part of the plan here. I'll briefly walk through the agenda. And so we have 4 different staff reports on the agenda today. The first is covering service and fare coordination or integration between transit agencies and coordinated scheduling, mapping, and wayfinding. After this, we will take public comment. We'll probably pick up our lunches after public comment and then do discussion and possible action. There's a staff report on capital construction costs and timelines that's been informed by a number of interviews we've done since the last meeting. We'll take public comment on that. Following that, we will be looking at the Tranche 2 report materials, as well as the Tranche 1 report updates. And so we look forward to the discussion today, the feedback, and continuing to make good progress on completing our efforts here of this task force. So at this point, I'd like to hand it off to Hunter to do a staff report on service fare schedule coordination. Oh, sorry, we have to do the minute approval first. I didn't see that here. So let's go ahead and take a vote on do we have a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting?
Griffiths moved.
Griffiths moved, second by
Matute.
Matute, okay. Mike, can you call the roll, please?
Yeah, Griffith's motion, and then Matute seconded. Barnes.
Aye.
Baughman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Edison. Flournoy.
Aye.
Griffith.
Aye.
Hance. Lindsay.
Yes.
Lippman.
Yes.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Maluna,
Hi.
Murphy,
Yes.
Pagetino,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Aye.
Dork,
I was not present, so I abstain.
Turner,
Aye.
Watkins,
Abstain.
West.
Aye.
Seventeen ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. So now I'll pass it on to Hunter to do the staff report.
Thank you, Chad. For those of you online and in your packets, you'll have a staff report for continued discussion around service and fare coordination or integration between transit agencies, and then another, and on the second topic of coordinated scheduling, mapping, and wayfinding between transit agencies. Just to recap how we got here, because we have had a number of discussions with the task force, although last year, so trying to give a brief recap. We met in October of last year to review some initial policy recommendations in this area. This was one where the task force directed us to come back with different recommendations. We are looking for some feedback today to really finalize those before we are due back to the legislature at the end of the year. I want to highlight that we received a letter from Alex and the MTC team, which we really appreciate, on the sort of broadly speaking, empowering regions to deliver some of the coordination. So that letter is highlighted in your staff report and is also available online. Within that, there's comments on, how would regions work together? There's really a diversity of regions within the state. I think no one region is alike one another. So thinking about what that might look like and getting feedback from this task force on how best to support that. And we are really seeking guidance on some of the recommendations that the task force members would like to see in this on the role of different agencies. So, I would like to hear from members what they view as what are the ideal different roles, how this might be individualized to different regions which have different circumstances. Certainly, certain regions have many transit agencies, certain regions have fewer. What does it look like to do interregional work around service and fare and schedule coordination? Another piece of feedback, aside from the role of regional, state, and local agencies, is what tools, standard, and metrics should be used on this topic, where we might be able to make recommendations on that. This is especially one where smaller agencies was noted may struggle, so this is something where we were wondering how to help best support those agencies. And really asking some questions about what are the best performance metrics and targets to measure these types of topics? What tools and platforms should the state be providing to support, or how should we be supporting integration between the regional tools? And what are some of the desired recommendations about how to support this to see? And then finally, I think one thing that was pretty clear was, funding is necessary on this coordination piece. That was something that was raised by a number of members. Definitely want to hear, from this task force, what and how that might be structured and what is most important in terms of delivering on these two topics. So again, our goal here is to collect feedback from the members today, get answers to these questions, and come back with a final set of recommendations at our next meeting on the 30th of September. With that, I'll conclude my presentation. The staff report is available in your packet, and we'll pass it to Mike to deliver public comment.
Anyone in the room have a public comment they'd like to make? Seeing no one in the room, raise their hand. Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment? Rachel, we can't hear you if you're talking.
Sorry about that. We have one raised hand currently, Colin, and we'll allow you to unmute now.
For 1 minute, please, or less.
Hello, my name is Colin. I'm with Disability Services and Legal Center. We serve people with disabilities and seniors in some Sonoma, Napa, Lake, and Mendocino counties. Standardizing fares, schedules, and wayfinding is important for people with disabilities and seniors to make the trips easier while using public transit. Fare standardization is important so people know how much they are paying on the trips especially with paratransit rides, which can get costly. Is in plan for low incomes. People with low incomes, so they know exactly how much they're paying. Schedule standardization is in plan, so people know so trips are seamless amongst multiple transfers. There is no long wait time, which
15
can be
seconds remaining.
burdensome on people with disabilities and seniors, as it can increase their fatigue. They may miss appointments, which can be critical appointments, which may be take months to reschedule.
Thank you,
Wayfinding.
Colin. That has, your 1 minute has elapsed.
Thank you.
We will move on to our next public comment. We currently have 4 raised hands, and our next public comment is Kevin. As a reminder, you have 1 minute, and I'll unmute you now.
Hello again. My name is Kevin Dedicatoria, and I'd like to piggyback on Colin's comments. I spoke with Metro recently about their coordinated plan to help those with disabilities and seniors. And while it did focus on more paratransit, I think helping those, I believe the state should work with not just Metro, but across various counties, because many seniors, people with disabilities, physical, cognitive, developmental disabilities like myself, not only just use paratransit dial-a-ride, but also public transit services, and the state and county agencies must coordinate
15 seconds
together
remaining.
to ensure that transit stops are accessible, that, you know, they're ADA compliant for those with people, autistic people, those who have vision impairments, with cerebral palsy, etc. There must be some kind of standard and make sure the funding is there available. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Adina, and I'll unmute you now.
Hello, Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area. Wanted to speak to this item and how it really supports the overall goal of the state task force as set forth in Senate Bill 125, with a goal of making public transit more convenient in order to increase ridership to achieve the state's climate and housing goals. And what we're seeing in the Bay Area with the start of improved coordination, for example, with fares and all agency transit pass, showed a 30 to 40% increase in transit ridership in the first phase of its pilot, and a 75% or more increase in the number of transfers. Standardizing a low income discount across multiple agency has also increased ridership people and transfers. So this is something that is supportive of the goals, and so making concrete recommendations will help the goals of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few more raised hands. Our next one is Adriana. I'll go ahead and unmute you now.
Hi, my name's Adriana Rizzo. I'd like to support the recommendations on fare and schedule integration. I'm a member of Inland Urbanists. I live in Riverside, and the Inland Empire is a multi-county metro area that's also very economically connected to LA and Orange counties, but our transit system is not set up for these travel patterns. And both fare and schedule coordination is severely lacking. I have been stranded and forced to use Uber on multiple occasions because Omnitrans and Metrolink have different service hours and don't connect to each other. Same thing for RTA. I'd also like to echo comments made earlier about the need for a loadable payment card that is useful throughout the system, on not just in LA County.
15 seconds remaining.
System that the area has. This needs to be the statewide standard for each region.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Patricia. I will go ahead and unmute you now.
Hi, my name is Patricia Pyrus. I live in the Bay Area. Unless and until the state conglomeration of fare box recovery ratio rules gets revised and preferably eliminated, you're not going to have meaningful fare policy for this state. What we have is a collection of exceptions to an underlying rule that ends up not measuring anything meaningful to any kind of transit operation. So please fit that into the package wherever it works. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Wendy. And after that, we have one more. I'll go ahead and unmute Wendy now.
Yes, hello. My name is Wendy Callens. I serve on the MTC Policy Advisory Council. I really want to support the idea of coordination between various transit agencies. We've already demonstrated how fair coordination can increase ridership. In the North Bay, the mascot study, which will be implemented next year, is going to coordinate scheduling between the various agencies. And I think the state can step in and provide the tools and the funding to help agencies around the state to be able to implement these kind of changes, especially scheduling coordination, so that there aren't long waits between transfers.
15
Thank you very
seconds
much.
remaining. Thank you, Wendy. Our final public comment is Bart. I will unmute you now.
Rachel, before Bart begins, we're getting some feedback. Can you confirm everyone's on mute, please, besides Bart at this point?
Yes. Everyone should be muted now. Bart, you can go ahead.
Hi, it's Bart Reed, Executive Director of the Transit Coalition. I'm commenting on late night mobility and schedules between the different agencies. For example, in San Bernardino, bus service ends. There's no bus service on holidays. There's no bus service after 9 p.m. at night, virtually. There's just a lack of coordination. I'm here up in Sylmar, where the trains going to the North County come here at 15 minutes after the hour, and they leave for Los Angeles at 15 minutes, 45 minutes after the hour. So we have good service, robust service until midnight all day. The rest of Metrolink should have robust service that match that. So there should be funding from San Bernardino and from Orange County to match the late night service.
Remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more raised hands on Zoom, so that concludes our public comment. Back.
Thank you. That was for Zoom. We have since have one more public commenter from our room, so please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for taking my comment. This is Brian Yanity from RailPac. I'd just like to echo some of the prior commenters talking about schedule integration. That is very important, even up to the Amtrak level, down to regional rail and to the local transit. Also, when it comes to fare integration, just want to throw out a couple examples that I've experienced recently. Seattle is pretty good, the whole metro area with the Orca card. You can get on any ferry, regional train, streetcar, light rail, bus with it. But in Portland, I was there recently, and you can just use your credit card. You don't need a separate plastic payment card, and it'll track, when you got on the first bus and how long your fare is good for, and it's very seamless. And when it comes to wayfinding at stations, the ultimate test of that is, I think, someone who doesn't know English, and I've not been to Seoul, Korea, but I've heard from a reputable friend that the wayfinding of their metro system is so good that someone who doesn't know Korean can really get around pretty well. And we should be thinking about that whatever you do, it should be that clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing anyone else in the room. Public comments have now ended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for those who had their comments abbreviated, if you'd like to submit your full comment in writing, please feel free to do so. I want to remind folks that you can submit those to SB 125 Transit at calsta.ca.gov, and we will be recognizing your longer comment in that setting. So please provide written comments if you'd like to SB 125 Transit at calsta.ca.gov. At this point, I'd like to take about a 10-minute break while we go get our lunches and come back and work through lunch. So for those that are with us in the virtual realm, please expect about a 10-minute pause here before we resume.
So for members of the task force, if you go out this door and then go to your right, there'll be some box lunches for you to grab and then come back into the room. Restrooms are also out the door and to your left. So lunch out the door and to your right.
Okay, this is Chad Edison. We're going to get started here again with our discussion. In order to structure a conversation, we're going to break the this section on service fare and schedule coordination into three buckets. First, the role of state, regional, and local agencies. Second, the tools, standards, and metrics that support integration. And then third, the funding for coordination and integration. The questions that I'll put up on the screen match the ones that are in the staff report. And so I think this just gives us a place to start our discussion. Looking forward to the conversation around this topic in these three kind of categories. So let's go ahead and put up the slide on the role of state, regional, and local agencies. And if you're following online, you can also see this in the staff report. Right there. Okay, so open for comments and discussion at this point on the in feedback that'll help us structure the final recommendations that we bring back for your review in the next task force meeting. Yes, Kate White, please, or Kate Miller.
So since no one's talking and Alex isn't here, I'm going to pretend that I actually still work in the industry, but I'm retired, as you know. But, you know, I've obviously been involved in a lot of the different areas where MTC has tried to improve coordination between the transit systems. And it seems to me that like, especially when it comes to fare media, that it becomes very, very complicated to do beyond like a regional type fare program, largely because of, you know, the banking element at the back end of it. So is there, you know, and I know the state is working on, you know, Cal ITP is working on a fare media for interregional coordination, or at least, and I'm not sure if that is in fact more focused on smaller systems that don't have the resources to do their own fare media. But it seems to me that maybe the state doesn't really have a strong role in this other than to facilitate interregional coordination trying to get, you know, state regions to communicate with each other on the fare side. Mapping and wayfinding, I mean, the interregional systems, they're, you know, kind of, most of them are rail focused, right? So that makes, I think, easier for most riders to actually understand how to navigate the system, but that regions then should be focused on mapping and universal wayfinding approach. And again, MTC has taken the lead on that. And I think, you know, so far, it's, you know, we're in the kind of infancy of that, but it seems to be working. And then I guess I just would say that we can't ignore Google, right? Like, Google provides so many of the services already for getting around. And frankly, if I'm in a different area, I'm not going to go look to that transit system site necessarily, except for maybe to pay fares, because Google doesn't do that. But Google really helps you navigate, and it's a pretty good tool. So I'm not sure how much more, you know, we need to do that, given that people are pretty familiar with how to use Google Maps to get around in every mode, right? So.
Thank you. Other comments and feedback on this? Eli? Can you hear me?
Eli Littman, Move LA. I'm going to second that. I mean, we're here in California. Google and Apple are based here. We should be having much like more we should be having stronger and much more regular conversation. I know some of the folks at ITS came from the Google world, so I'm guessing that those maybe are happening, but it feels like there's a real opportunity, because that is what most of us are using. I think there was a comment earlier about the awkward apps that transit agencies build that don't always work and people aren't necessarily using all the time. So I would second that. I also want to really uplift, you know, I think this is the second or I think third now transit operator that's talked about the success of their student transit pass program, and in particular the relationship with community colleges, and building the next ridership. And, you know, I mean, we've run 7 bills, 2 that were vetoed by successive governors with a threat of a veto on the last one to fund a statewide transit pass program. And like, it just so clearly is like such a successful way to, as OCTA said, triple their student ridership, and get them back to pre-pandemic ridership. We've seen that in LA as well, with I think over 70 million riders at this point, 450,000 students participating. And the cost per rider is so affordable, particularly in communities where they partner with the school districts, and the school districts actually pay in. And now that there's a sustained pot of funding for home-to-school transportation that can be used as a reimbursement, 60% for transit passes in urbanized areas. There is a state pot of funding on the education side, but there's not on the transit agency side. And the transit agencies, everyone that we talk to, are begging for it. And so, you know, every time we're told, well, it's not in the budget, and we continue to advocate for it to the budget to the point where we gave up, honestly. Like, we just gave up. It just wasn't worth the fight. And so I don't know what it's going to take, if it can be in this report or can be on the priority for the next governor, but we think that it would be effective. The last thing I would say on statewide coordination is, you know, I think we heard some of the comments, but I've always advocated that we need a statewide transit ID in the same way that we have a driver's license. Why is that the only option? I know you can have like a state ID, but could we not have a state transit pass, where if you agree not to get a driver's license as a citizen in California, you can ride any line, anytime throughout the state of California just by showing your transit ID, and the state would reimburse the transit agency in some way. But let's talk, if we're going to talk about seamless coordination, and we're going to talk about making the system really work for people and encouraging people to take the alternative of not getting a car, not driving, let's really be transformative. And so, you know, that would be something that I'd love to see. I'm sure there's lots of technical reasons why it can't happen. But, you know, I like to think big picture and kind of inspire conversation about how we can change the trajectory for vehicle miles traveled for the state. And that's what this task force is about. So I'm putting that out, and we'll send a memo to our friends at SB 125 TTTF about how we could maybe implement something like that. Thanks.
Thank you, Eli. Our speaking order is Ian Griffiths, Rashidi, Carl, and then Alex.
Thank you, Ian Griffiths. I think, so I want to start by actually going back to the principles that we adopted at the last meeting, because I think that's why we're doing this, why we're having this conversation to do today. And two specific principles that we just adopted after a lengthy conversation relate to this. One is provide fast, reliable, connected, and convenient transit services. And then the fifth recommendation that we actually added and pulled out onto its own is provide transit that is accessible and easy to use for all. So I think in general on this topic, as we talk about roles and responsibilities, and I would hope this in today's discussion, but also in the report, I think it's important to link back to the original principles, the outcomes that we're then seeking to achieve, and then that's how we can arrive at what the right set of, I think, roles and responsibilities can be, because it's ultimately, that's why we're doing it, and I think it's important to keep that in mind. We're trying to create an easy-to-use, convenient transit system in the broadest sense possible, so that transit is easy to pick, and recognizing that many trips that people want to take, some of which people are currently taking on transit, some of which people are not taking on transit because it is not easy, do involve using multiple agencies and crossing jurisdictional and boundaries. The next, I want to also note that I think I didn't tally it, but it feels like this is probably the area where the public has commented most frequently over the duration of this task force. So there's a huge amount of public interest in this topic. And I think it's really important that this task force has a set of robust recommendations on this, because it's probably the thing that people are commenting on more than anything else. And then the third thing I want to emphasize is that the literature and the research on this is really consistent. Virtually every study that's been done on this, every academic study that's looked nationally or internationally on transit coordination has found that it's associated with increasing ridership and ultimately increasing investment levels. There's in my mind, the evidence is very clear. There's been, there was a Bay Area study delegation to Switzerland. We experienced that. I think that was, and obviously we've had a lot of conversations around this in the Bay Area. There's extensive literature from Asia to pretty much every country within Europe that is pointing to ridership increases, an improved user experience, actually increasing amounts of fare revenue coming into the system as a result of introducing these policies. And I think the other thing that emerges from the literature is that the power of these recommendations, the power of integration is in not just doing one type of integration. It's integration of schedules and service and fares and the user experience all collectively done that are associated with those ridership increases. So with that, I just wanted to go back to your questions. I think I broadly agree. I want to first of all agree with the letter that was submitted, most of the points that were in the letter that was submitted by the Bay Area transit agencies and MTC, really emphasizing the leadership of regions and the importance of regions in leading on most of these topics. I think there's a state role as well, but I think the primary role is oftentimes for a lot of the detailed coordination work around schedules and fares is appropriate to be led at the regional level. I think, so in terms of a state role, I think setting clear goals for at least what, the end goal of a coordinated system, providing some of the metrics associated with that is an important role that the state can play. I think those are items that actually the letter from MTC and the Bay Area transit agencies cites. The state should set realistic performance standards and targets and then provide flexible funding to advance progress is what was articulated in that letter. So I agree with that as well. I think the state should be tracking our progress as a state towards these within each of our regions. I agree. Funny, I'm glad, Eli, you brought up the idea of a statewide transit pass. I was going to make the comment that, this is a bit outside of the set of recommendations, but I think the idea of the state advancing a statewide transit ticket, there's the Deutschland ticket, is a ticket that was introduced in Germany during the pandemic that provides unlimited travel across any transit agency in Germany, Thailand, Taiwan, Korea, Austria. So the idea of having a statewide transit ticket, I don't think that doesn't replace anything, but it's a compelling thing that visitors to California could purchase. And it actually would be, I think, as something that if we created such a thing, it would necessitate us to figure out a system where that could be actually recognized on all transit agencies across the state. So I think that as a distinct recommendation, the aspiration of creating at least a product that someone visiting the state could purchase would be, I think it's separate from everything else, but I think that is a transformational idea that I think once developed and it could actually yield different benefits. And anticipating high-speed rail, I think, as we improve our rail network, I think that could provide more and more value. But finally, just on the regional roles that I think are important, I think it's whether it's an MPO or it's another entity within a certain region that's not the MPO, but that's designated with a set of responsibilities. I think really defining the service goals of the backbone transit network, identifying the key hubs and corridors of significance where transfers and time connections are the most important, overseeing an annual process for timetable updates among all the operators that might exist in a region, and leading transit pass programs, the development of those pass programs, the funding strategies for those pass programs are some of the roles that I think, I think the Bay Area, those are the roles that the MTC has taken on, and I think those are also approximately the right sets of things that at least should be a strong regional role that the state could support in this task force.
Thank you. Next, we have Rashidi and then Carl.
Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. I do agree with a lot that it's included in the MTC letter. Specifically, I wanted to just talk about two specific items here. One, with regards to a statewide card. From an operator perspective, that's just another consumable that costs us money to maintain, replace, things like that. BART MTC recently just started the touch as you go, pay as you go, where you can walk into a BART station and use your credit card or debit card, be able to take a train. Carl has been doing it for a very long time at MST, 4 years. And but the point being is that I think that that's where we should be headed. So for folks who are coming in for the Olympics, for World Cup, or whatever, they don't need to figure out what card to use, where to get a card. Just pull out your debit card, your credit card, tap, and go on all systems across the state. The other piece with regards to wayfinding, more actually specifically to trip planning. I know we talked about Google and Apple. And I mean, Transit App is a transit app. It's built for public transportation. And so that's the only reason why I would say there's opportunity there for a statewide transit app where across the board, no matter what, if the state was to invest in integration, where if you're going from San Diego to San Francisco, it'll plan the entire trip. For me, for example, my goal is to make sure that our microtransit service is discoverable in the transit app. Right now, it's not, but those are the goals that I have. And in my area, which is a small suburban area, we've seen a 40% increase in usage in transit app from last year, from July 2024 to July 2025. So a lot of people use transit app, and once again, it's a transit-based app that's focused or specifically for transit. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Let's go on to Carl and then Alex, followed by Juan and then Carrie.
Thank you. Rashidi brings up some good points with regard to the transit app. We have we've had tremendous growth in the Salinas urban area. We're above pre-pandemic numbers, not countywide, but that was by design. We focused services where we felt they were needed the most, and the communities responded. With that tremendous growth, we've seen usages of the transit app actually outpacing our general ridership. So we do see that being heavily adopted. When I put my card up, what I originally wanted to talk about is the state's role and starting to do that. I think with the development of standards for payment, whether you're using a closed loop or open loop payment card, and the development of those standards to be implemented at the community college level and even at the if student ridership is important, then at the public school and other school levels as well. I have community college, state university partnerships that they fund. California State University, Monterey Bay, Monterey Peninsula College, several campuses, and Hartnell College in Salinas Valley has about 6 different campuses. And those 3 systems, I have 3 different payment methods as far as their student IDs. And every time a coach operator has to insert themselves into the fair payment process, whether it's for a discount for a senior, disabled, veteran types of discounts that we have, or these discounts with the students, that is an opportunity for a negative interaction to take place. And I would say most of my assaults against my drivers, whether it's a physical strike or a spit or a verbal altercation, is over a fare dispute over who's eligible for a half fare, which is, in my system, $1. And so we need to, I think, try to make this so a standard that is acceptable for closed loop, open loop, however the transit operator wants to accept their payments, and to be able to use that throughout the state, and then to have the ability for our partnerships to have access to that standard as well, so that we can keep our drivers from being in the middle of these interactions. Thanks.
Alex Bockelman, MTC. Yeah, I want to lift up several things that have been stated, and also just, again, I really appreciate, in our region, over 20 agencies signed on to this letter, so I think it's important that it was transit agencies as well as some of our county partners. We really do think that empowering regions by providing funding and authority can really help with many of these customer-facing important areas of fares, mapping and wayfinding, schedules, et cetera. I think that's really an important first step, and then there's really important statewide elements to that as well that I think several people have mentioned. I do think it's important to get to a point that we have sort of a tap and ride ability on all the systems in the state. We are close to getting there in the Bay Area. We just, as people mentioned, last week were able to phase in BART with tap and ride. I think that's really important for the occasional user and people that are coming for big events, that has already been noted. And I think it's important for when I come down here, and I'm not here that often, I want to be able to, tap a credit card, which I know Daryl's working on as well. So I think that's really important. But I do want to note the importance of, the things that when people travel frequently in an area, like in the Bay Area, many people, hundreds of thousands of Bay Area people have institutional pass auto loads every month. And so that's really, not something that we can do on a credit card right now, but it's really important for the Clipper system. We have a Clipper Start program, which gives you 50%. We worked years and years to get all the transit operators on board, and they've been great partners on that. So that's a great benefit for people who travel frequently in the region. That's for people who have more limited means. So I think that's really important. And then we have a Clipper Bay Pass program, which is also allows you to, ride all the time. So I think that both are important, the ability for occasional users to tap and ride with credit cards, but also this regional role in kind of fare products for people that are riding in a region. In terms of the state role, I think there's really big opportunities for the state to help. And I think, I just mentioned, obviously getting everybody to a point of being able to have sort of a tap and ride, and so whatever the state can do to kind of work within the systems that may already be in the regions, or to help as you're doing for those that don't already have systems like we do and like Metro, et cetera. But I think that one of the things we're seeing emerging on the state side is the ability to help us with fare discount kind of validation programs. I know we're working with California Department of Technology right now, and it can be very exciting. We can get a lot more people on our Clipper Start program. I think that's a really important thing that the state can do, in different ways throughout the state. We all look a little different. I also think I want to lift up whatever the state can do on kind of partnerships with colleges, community colleges, UC systems. So that may be funding, it may be other things, but I think the more we get people, our college students able to use our transit systems, the better. So I wanted to just lift those points up that are also kind of covered in the letter that we sent. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And on the discounts, eligibility-based discounts, we are proud to have just finished with Cal ITP, just finished with CDT, the implementation of CalFresh Health and Human Service discounts that can be used to identify income-eligible riders. So that just got completed in the last few days. Let's go on to Juan, and then Carrie, and then Marlon.
Juan Matute, UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. I wanted to echo what a few of the transit operators have said about the transit app, which is a highly legible way for riders to learn about transit on multiple systems. There's consistency We've been doing a research project at UCLA of various apps and how they work for accessibility and people with disabilities. And the larger print of the transit app versus Google Maps helps with some of those people, or some disabilities that people have. So I would encourage the state to look at a master contract or provision of the transit app, because one of the really key things that it does is it makes user feedback just so streamlined. And the ability to collect information from an operator's perspective or a regional perspective is really important. So, you know, I can envision a future where the transit app knows that you switch between operators because you switch between operators, and it can figure that out. And it sends you a question like, how was this experience switching between operators? I had to wait too long. I couldn't find the space between bus bays, or this or that or the other thing. And from there, you start getting your evidence-based information of like, oh, here's some of these areas that have seemed to have fallen through the cracks from a usability perspective. So I think Transit App does that. They work in partnership with transit agencies. Google Maps, Apple Maps, everything will still keep one bus away. We'll keep ingesting GTFS, but the Transit App will have all of these extra services. Obviously, you can't do a procurement that's just Transit App, but there's specifics that you might tailor, including user feedback. I had a few comments about, and one other point about the Transit App. I did a project 2 years ago supervising a student who was working with Siskiyou County, or cities in South Siskiyou County. And like, not everywhere is going to move to a smart card in the state. I think they had 12 or 14 buses countywide. And so you're going to have a lot of visual validation and other things. And with their integrations, you can still do visual validations for phone, where you might just end up still having people with some other type of fare media for the long haul. As far as regional integration, I really want to applaud the attention that MTC and the Bay Area have put on this issue. It is an issue that extends outside of the Bay Area, but I think it has had the most attention in the Bay Area. I live in Los Angeles County. I work at UCLA. Coming down here today, I crossed the Orange Curtain, which used to mean more than it does now in terms of cultural and political differences, but it still means something in terms of the transit access that people who live within 5 to 10 miles of that border have. And so it is somewhat egregious that the first and third most populous counties in the state have fewer than 5 buses routes that go between them. Yes, there is Metrolink, and that works for North County, but Long Beach Transit, other things, they just end at the border. And this is an urban agglomeration that just keeps going, as you know, if you flew in today or if you traveled through it. And that, to me, shows that the right scale for these types of problems is the travel shed, which tends to be the MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization. The Bay Area has done a lot of great work with Seamless Bay Area and has learned a lot from which other regions in the state can learn. But in terms of just really making decisions that integrate long-range planning with service planning, the role of simulations, and particularly simulations that are based on accessibility. So there's a tool that's gaining in popularity called Conveyal that basically looks from a user perspective and says, what can I get to within a certain amount of time? And the results at these artificial, well, they're not artificial borders, but the results at these jurisdictional borders are somewhat abysmal. That, like, if there were differences in race between people who lived in these different areas, like it would be, and there was a federal government that cared about this thing still, it would be an easy Title VI violation just based on race and class. But one of the things that this task force should do, I think, is improve the regionality of transit. And I think given that there's so much transit service now that triggers land use legal provisions and environmental review legal provisions, depending on what's going on in the state legislature, maybe more or less, at the end of this year, giving MPOs a role in understanding the accessibility associated with certain service planning decisions as part of an RTP process, I think makes sense for how the SCS could be reconsidered going forward, because it is such a strong thing, and then there ends up being this causal chain of decisions where things don't necessarily make it through. And then the other area where I actually disagreed with MTC is in the area of wayfinding. Having a letter that MTC assembled, having the so for road signs, there's something called the Manual and Uniform Transportation Control Devices, and they're standardized. And they actually work well for people with limited language proficiency. And it's not ideal, but people with limited visual proficiency, because that octagonal red thing is going to be a stop sign. People who have limited visual proficiency or limited visual ability should probably be using public transportation instead of driving themselves, except that the wayfinding on public transportation is very difficult to figure out. So apps like the Transit app and other things can help with those step-by-step directions, but you still need the visual cues. And so having a more, it turns out when you actually design something for accessibility, you can still make it beautiful and creative, but print and size and colors end up being standardized because that really helps with people. And so I would suggest there be some sort of statewide, perhaps derived from what the Bay Area is already learning, guidance on how to do visual information for users of transit, both inside and outside of stations, because that's really going to be the only way to hit the recognizability for people with limited visual proficiency, for whom public transportation should be what they, is one of the primary modes that they will rely on because of an inability to navigate a car or obtain a driver's license. I also wanted to add on this idea of the closed loop system, finishing in the next month or so a research project for Caltrans on payment methods, and I do think that California will be able to develop some closed loop systems as long as all transit agencies are on a Cal ITP statewide contract for both the vendor acceptance and the payment processor, because the payment processor can intercept a transaction before it goes to the Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover network and operate its own little closed loop on it. This is possible now with existing technology. You just have to have a customer that's large enough to justify the fixed cost investment of figuring it out. And if you have every single community college ID in the state procured by some sort of General Services Administration or state Cali source procurement, then you start creating the market that would be large enough to not only have a cash equivalent card for any agency that's going cashless, but then also to have every student ID card in the state for K through 12, K through 14, maybe up to college, have the technology embedded in it to be one of these closed loop cards, and then you don't have to worry so much about the excess payment processing. And I also wanted to put in a plug for these interregional or interagency trips that just fall through the cracks of so many people's purviews. The idea of having mystery shoppers operating for the MPO or on contract with the MPO or the state, whose job it is, I don't know how mystery shopping works, if it's gig or if it's a full-time job, but to follow a set of specifications and figure out, as a new person who has not done this transit journey before, is it legible? Can you figure it out? Do you have to, how much time did you spend interacting with the ticket vending machine? How long did you wait? Was it clean, et cetera? That type of information, especially when it exists between jurisdictions, is always falling through the cracks, and I think would be really helpful in producing the information that's needed to get past the orange curtain or whatever it is when we drew the lines in the 1970s and what urban development patterns were like in California at that time. that we're now neglecting because of changes in urban form and economics and other developments in the past 50 or so years. So, thank you.
Okay, so next we have Carrie, and then Marlon, Michael, and then Michael Turner, and then Eli Whitman. Trying to get through this section by about 1 o'clock, so let's keep our comments as brief as we can. Thanks.
Carrie Watkins, UC Davis. I just came back Sunday night from leading study abroad in the Netherlands. I've been leading study abroad there for about a decade at this point. And in all of that time, I have been able to use my OV chip card to ride on the national rail system, every transit agency in the country, check out a bike at any rail station that I hope to do so, and keep that bike for the day for €4 so that I can travel to any destination that transit is not covering. All of it on the same fare card. This is an entire country. Granted, it's a country that's smaller than the state of California and probably has about half as many transit operators as we do. But it seems like this is something doable. And while I fully support the points that were made in the comments about that we have to do this on the regional level, I think we have to start with the regional level. But as was said a couple of times, with high-speed rail coming, we have to figure out ways that if I'm taking transit in LA, jumping on high-speed rail, and then taking transit in San Francisco, I don't have different fare cards to do each of those portions of my trip. So I think we need to think bigger in terms of moving beyond just the regions eventually, so that we can have that kind of statewide integration with systems like that that are on their way. I can't let the comments on traveler information slide without commenting. Some of the people in the room know this is my bread and butter. This is what started my career. There are other apps than the transit app out there, and I fully agree with the comments that Google and Apple are not enough. They're great if you're planning a trip, but they're not great if you're actually trying to get transit information. If you're a regular transit user, you need something better. But there are other apps out there that actually let agencies continue to control their data and are at a much lower cost point for riders as well as agencies. So I would put a plug in for Sharon's product, One Bus Away. I also have a relationship with this group. But even the transit app and One Bus Away are not the only products out there. So one of the things I think the state could do, Cal ITP, is to start to better facilitate relationships between transit agencies and these various vendors to make sure that it's not that much work for CD to get his data in there, that users have a choice between the app that they think is working best for them, but that statewide, pretty much any of these things, the data appears, and then if agencies want to buy into a higher level of using the product, like you can with the transit app or One Bus Away, where you're using survey functionality and things like that, that they're set up to do that, but most of these are really amenable to getting all the data that we want to give them on those products so that they can continue to serve more and more riders. So I think we could easily get many of them up and running statewide so that there's lots of options for people to get their information. So that's what I have.
Thank you. Let's go on to Marlon, and then Michael, and then Eli.
Thanks, I appreciate it. First of all, I want to say I really appreciate all the comments about what type of support the state can provide. I agree with. And you know, we especially agree with the fact that the regions need to be at the table in terms of transit. You know, right now we have a couple of different efforts that are going on. You guys are probably aware of our transit policy that we're developing. So from a agency standpoint, we certainly want to make sure that we're leveraging our system to improve, you know, transit performance and better coordinate with transit agencies. And so that policy has basically 3 different components. There's a planning component, and so I think there's a role in our 12 district offices really partnering with all the transit agencies and the MPOs to really understand location-based needs, understanding the corridor-wide needs and really figuring out how we can leverage our system. And so I think that's a really good example of what the state can bring to the table. There's also the funding piece as well. Very few projects get funded with just a single funding source. And so I think the state can help coordinate a lot of those conversations in terms of leveraging any as appropriate funding that we have, but also what are other options that are out there. And then, of course, I think, we're an engineering-oriented organization, so I think there's a lot that we can bring to the table. We've also, we've already had some conversations around standardization, so, design standards for bus shelters and other types of infrastructure, and I think those types of things help lower the cost and then simplify the process. We also want to educate transit agencies on how to, be more effective with our encroachment permit process as well. If I had a nickel for every time an agency has come to us and, said our process is too difficult, we want to be much more proactive about working with agencies. And I think having a lot of the standards in terms of, the infrastructure and the types of packages that they have to submit are going to make those reviews a lot easier. And so I think those are the things. And of course, you guys had mentioned the payments. We certainly have a vision, for having some sort of unified payment standard across the state. But we understand this is very complex, and it goes from region to region. And so I think this is something that we want to work towards and continue to support on that. So with that, I appreciate all your comments.
Okay, let's go on to Michael Turner, and then Eli Littman, Sharon, and Michael Pimentel. And with that, if that brings us to the end of this section, we can go on to capital construction costs.
Great, I'll go fast. I think when we talk about all these issues, I think we need to make sure that we don't compromise the access to reduced fare programs. The reduced fare programs have important policy goals that our board, a lot of our boards are seeking. You look at student passes, for example. Students are facing a lot of challenges with completing their education. There's housing challenges, there's food challenges. We can take care of a piece of that, but in doing that, it also develops riders in the long run. So we need to make sure that we don't compromise access to reduced fare programs when we start talking about other fare technologies. Another piece of that is that we should look at where people who receive certain types of state funding, that the eligibility criteria for some of those things is the same or similar to the eligibility criteria for our reduced fare programs, and we should be looking at ways that we can automatically or more easily connect recipients of some of those things to reduced transit fare programs. And then I would always say that, these things, they're all going to come down to money. We can do a lot of this with funding. Putting it in the right spot, I think, is important. And I think that gets to where exactly the problem is. When we talk about coordinated services and people, riding on a statewide basis, I think, I've never really seen any data about where the problem is, right? Is this a problem of moving around LA County, Southern California, within the Bay Area? How many people actually, will travel within the state, and how much of a problem is that? I've never really seen anything that details that. I remember early on, you brought in a map that showed how complicated a trip within LA is, right? There's probably, is that something that affects I'm sure it is something that affects a lot of people, but how big of an issue is it if people, when I go to the Bay Area, I get my Clipper card, I'm fine, right? But how much of a big problem is that, and where should we really be putting limited resources? Is it on the regional challenges? Is it on the statewide basis? I just think we need some data around that in order to make a decision. And then lastly, we talk about high-speed rail and high-speed rail coming. I have yet to see a funding plan for when high-speed rail will be going south of Bakersfield. And so high-speed rail will be coming when we see a financial plan that gets it to Southern California. Until then, we have things like a Metrolink system. We have things like our existing transit systems, right, that can benefit from investments now. And I would not, I mean, yes, high-speed rail could get here, but like I said, I haven't seen an investment plan that gets it to Southern California anytime soon. And we have existing systems that can provide benefits now. So.
Eli, and then Sharon, and then Michael.
Yeah, sorry, I know I went already, but I wanted to just clarify my comments from earlier. All apps. Let's have a conversation about apps that are transit apps that are good, we can use. But I think that conversation we haven't really had. And by the way, somebody said great integration in the Bay Area. Last week I was in the Bay Area with my kids, and we tried to ride as many different transit operators as possible, and the integration was awesome. So good job, y'all, and they had a great time. So I just wanted to say that. I think Juan is right. Like, why do things need to stop at the border? Metro is about to launch service to Pomona. The conversation is being had about extending it to past San Bernardino County. I just talked with the board chair for Metro, and he's talking about the Southeast Gateway line extending to Disney. So you could go Union Station to Disney. That would be really cool. But I think we need Caltrans and CalSTA to help with that conversation. And then one thing that hasn't been mentioned is airports and integration with airports and making sure that service to airports is integrated. I was talking with the planners at LAX, and they said that their busiest times are after 8 o'clock when Metro K-Line and C-Line service decreases. And so are we thinking about, particularly as CalSTA, which also oversees that section of our transit trip, how we can integrate those as well? I think that needs to be part of the conversation.
Okay, Sharon, and then Michael.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm really frustrated. We had this exact same conversation a year ago, and we've spent hours today talking about this. We're all dancing around this, but I have a plan that I'm putting together to cut $120 million worth of service in San Diego County. And that's just me. I mean, I can talk to any other transit operator around this room, and they're probably worried about the same thing. And we're dancing around apps and scheduling. We really need to get our focus correct on this. So.
Okay, Michael.
I think what Sharon's acknowledged, what we heard from Gerald Johnson, what we heard Michael Turner acknowledge is really the challenge that we have on funding overall. And I think we'll have a broader conversation on this as the meeting goes on. But relative to this particular set of topics, I think so much of what we can advance is predicated on additional state support. And that's, yes, for operations, but also, too, in terms of direct funding support for all of these goals and initiatives. We've talked about open loop fare payment systems, new funding, project scoring criteria, technical and procurement support from the state, all valuable. All that can drive us toward greater adoption. We've talked about some of the challenges in the past about coordination and integration between systems, trying to make these transfers as seamless as possible, reducing the transfer cost. All that comes with, again, additional costs to the agencies. And so I think, within this context, so much of this does come back to funding. And I did want to just observe that, there has been a lot of discourse today about the role of regions in this work. I just want to make sure that I'm acknowledging that around the table are a lot of voices from the Bay Area, from the broader Los Angeles region. Not every region has the same technical expertise and capabilities that an MTC, a SCAG, a SACOG has. And so as we talk about what could be an enhanced role for the region, I think that does need to be front and center within the conversation, recognizing there are disparities there. And then I'll probably take an aside and just also observe that, you know, we have seen what happens at times when regions are empowered with making transit decisions. We saw that as part of the SB 125 disbursements. I just want to make sure that folks understand, not always will the region direct in the ways that are going to be most productive for transit service at its core. And so again, I want to make sure that we're having a balanced conversation where there is capacity. Certainly there are opportunities to lean in, but we should also acknowledge there are going to be certain regions where the transit agencies, in fact, going to be in that leadership position. They should be prepared to exercise that.
Thank you very much. And at this point, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next section. If there's additional comments on this, please submit them in writing. Would appreciate that. We'll go ahead and move on to a staff report on the construction, capital construction costs and timelines. Hunter will walk us through this, and then we will discuss a couple of strategies that are we'll take public comment, and then a couple of strategies that are in the report. So thank you.
Thank you, Chad. As mentioned, we're going to have some continued discussion and possible action on reducing capital construction costs and timelines for transit projects. Go to the next slide, please. So this is just a reframe from where we were in the prior meeting, just showing sort of the relative costs in the United States compared to global and OECD averages, and also California in specific. We will go to the next slide. Since our last discussion, we've conducted additional subject matter expert interviews. We've substantially simplified the recommendations, so you're seeing almost entirely new strategies here. There are some overlaps in some of the topics, but they are new numbers and new direction. We have tried to limit the focus on just sort of where state-led actions and or where legislative actions are needed, so really state administrative actions and just legislative actions, and really trying to take to heart loud and clear that the one thing that will reduce costs is sort of reducing timelines and sort of increasing the capacity in order to do that. So with that, we have our new recommendations. Again, as mentioned, we have just two strategies. Those are XX and YY. As mentioned, we're hopefully coming close to the end of our number of strategies since running out of letters again. Hopefully we're not going to have a strategy AAA. So again, grow public sector capacity and reduce the timelines to deliver these projects. Let's go to the next slide. So in growing capacity, just again, supporting developing stronger guidance for business cases when necessary for state programs, providing technical assistance to agencies that request these business case developments, procuring project delivery software that can sort of be used by transit agencies and local agencies and MPOs in order to help lower the costs and just sort of have that be broader available. One thing we heard from our speaking interviews is that on the highway side of the picture is that Caltrans currently publishes standard materials costs that help lower that. We don't necessarily have that for transit type materials, so we might know, the standard costs statewide of certain materials we use in highway construction, but not transit construction. So establishing that statewide for transit construction as well. Looking at, regional collaboratives to develop some of this institutional expertise, making sure that they're available for consultation, along with, a statewide center of excellence to aid with hiring issues. That was one thing that was brought up. Considering possible new models for project delivery that relies on, basically the larger the organization, the more successful it has been. So making sure that that can be extended. That's kind of been hinted at in some other areas of this. The other one is reducing the timelines. So one key one is both Caltrans and High Speed Rail have NEPA delegation for certain types of projects. It depends on the projects, but utilizing that delegation to limit the amount of time projects will spend at FTA or FRA or FHWA, depending on the applicable federal agency. That delegation authority can be very valuable. Looking at attempts to, limit the number of delays in change orders, looking at requiring that stakeholders could potentially have to waive rights and limit design changes beyond certain phases.
considering legislation for permitting agencies to engage, looking at really hard timelines for that engagement, or we're just waiving your rights for future legal objections if they did not engage. So looking at that, formalizing service-led planning roles and reevaluating projects at each phase so that, to make sure that it's there. Expanding the number of alternative procurement methods. YY7 I want to highlight is particularly important. This is where master permitting authority for any sort of priority rail project and transit projects to reduce delays and costs. Alternatively, another model to consider would be just sort of by right permitting for certain types of transit projects to prevent really this extractive permitting process that occurs with infrastructure owners, and that can be either sort of cities and counties and utilities has been a challenge that is mentioned. Another alternative that could be considered in this area, again, not really trying to opine, would be giving sort of transit agencies direct franchise rights with utilities, similar to how cities do it, get franchise rights to reduce the cost of utility relocations. Again, less aggressive than YY7, but still in that category for reducing timelines. Streamline the public permitting requirements within the public right-of-way, required standardized forms to be used by local agencies and utilities, and establish timelines where permits would be automatically granted. And then another issue that has been raised is sort of that there's not necessarily statewide or even regional design guidance for the way certain things are done. So the lack of design guidelines for cities and counties often results in delays due to different definitions of ingress, egress, how these sort of standards. So having a statewide set of design guidelines could really and how transit interacts on the public right-of-way could help reduce timelines and therefore reduce costs. And with that, I will conclude, and we will take public comments.
One hand up. 1 minute or less.
Hello, this is Brian Yanity from Rail Passenger Association of California and Nevada, or RailPAC, and I just want to say that we very much support the recommendations XX and YY given to this task force. There needs to be streamlining of permitting. I think categorical exemptions for stuff in existing right-of-way, especially if it's not affecting much of anything outside of an existing rail right-of-way. And there needs to be, better, more stable funding than the current grant process, especially for rail projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the room, Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a comment?
Yes, we currently have 3 raised hands. The next public comment is Kevin. As a reminder, you have 1 minute, and I'll provide you with a 15-second warning verbally and let you know when the 1 minute is up. Kevin, I'll go ahead and unmute you now.
Hello again. My name is Kevin Dedicatoria. I want to say that yes, I believe on a regional level there must be a lot more coordination and especially integration with fair transit payments and it's not a choice between open loop and closed loop payments, especially with transit cards. I think it is important to, especially for example with paratransit dial-a-ride, that has been a challenge between, for example, LA and San Bernardino counties, LA and Kern counties. I think, yes, there is a need to exist. Metrolink has done a good job to promote transit to, say, Angels games, Dodger games, Sparks games, but the concern is the last mile connections. And I think that is it is important to include the data, the between county travels, and the state and the regional counties must get involved in collecting that data. And to
That 1 minute is now up.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next public comment. Harry, I'll unmute you now. Harry, we still can't hear you. I see you've unmuted. Go right ahead.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful. Hello, my name is Harry Neal. I'm a member of Californians for Electric Rail, wonderful organization if you don't know already. And I'm a member of VTA's Citizens Advisory Committee, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. These recommendations are great, but I think, and I'm sorry to say this, I'm not sure if he's in the room, but Mr. Powers, I do love what you've done on BART, but I think when you recommended changing some of the staff recommendations on capital cost reductions, I think you were a bit off the mark. Developing state capacity, we know for a fact, is a proven method to lowering costs and delivering projects more efficiently. And especially one of the recommendations I believe was removed was state level engineering and design capacity, something that absolutely needs to be restored. We know for a fact that other countries do that and they deliver transit much better. Please support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next public comment. Adriana, I'll go ahead and unmute you now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Adriana Rizzo, in support of these recommendations and the recommendations from Californians for Electric Rail. United States spends 2 to 3 times more than peer countries with similar environmental and labor protections on transit projects. We are in a period of fiscal crisis where federal help is not coming, and we have a very ambitious agenda for our state's rail network. If we bring these costs down to par as equivalent to doubling or tripling the amount of money we have to spend on these projects, but currently the status quo is we see projects getting scaled back and more ambitious projects like not even being proposed out of fear of cost. So I really encourage you to make this a priority, make sure all these recommendations end into the final report. In addition, and there's also 2 more additions I think are missing. One is, as Harry said, and the other one is streamlining funding so that we can have formula or multi-year funding agreements rather than patchwork grant programs. I encourage you to add both of these into the final report. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Our next public comment, we have one more hand raised, is Andrew. I will unmute you now.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Hernandez, and I'm not a part of any organization. I'm here to voice my support for the task force's capital project delivery reforms and recommendations XX and YY, and I ask that the task force reintroduce the CEQA exemptions, recommendations that were previously presented in SS2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have no more raised hands, so that concludes our public comment on Zoom. I'll hand it back to you, Mike.
Thank you, Rachel. I see no other hands in our room, so we are concluded with public comments for this part of the agenda. Thank you.
So now I'd like to open it up for discussion on these items. We have 2 strategies in front of us today with a number of draft recommendations under growing public sector capacity and reducing timelines to deliver capital projects. I'd like to remind the task force that in the previous meeting, we adopted strategy B, which was expediting delivery of transit-supported infrastructure and strategies. In that, we had one that said make permanent the SB 922 CEQA exemptions for transit prioritization projects and so forth. So there are some things that we did in previous meetings in terms of advancing some support for capital projects of certain types. So at this point, let's have some discussion on these 2 strategies, and then when we get to a point of major opinions being shared, we can get to adoption or action on some of these recommendations. And if we want to talk both about, we can talk about the recommendations themselves, and we can also talk about any guidance you have on how we should frame some of these issues for the final report. That would also be helpful. So I'll go ahead and start calling on folks. We have Kate Miller, Michael Turner, and Marlon Flournoy as the first 3 in the speaking order.
Thank you, Chad. I think the permitting is a huge issue, and I don't know exactly how it gets resolved when it becomes a regulatory agency that's a state agency. But at the local level, with city and counties being subjects of the state, maybe the state can come up with some sort of arbitration body to help resolve those challenges. I think I'm not sure if it would be equitable for, the Department of Transportation or CalSTA to be necessarily the arbitrator of the regulatory agencies. I think in some ways the DOT does that already. But if there's a way that we could make that clear, that role, that I think would be really helpful to streamline project delivery. And then on a lot less substantive note, but I think it's important. I like the way the matrix is that you provided, and it would probably be easier for us to read the entire report if every topic that we are trying to address is structured that way, because it makes it flow better. I don't know how, necessarily how that would happen, because I don't know. Every topic is a little bit more or less complex. So, but I did like it. It made it easier to read.
Thank you. Let's go to Michael Turner and then Laurel Molina after that.
Yeah, Chad and Hunter, I just want to thank you for taking the time to talk to us about these. When this first came up, it was my good friend and colleague, Bob Powers from BART, who expressed some reservations about this. His had a bit more passion than mine, which is normal, but you did take the time to sit down and talk to us, and I want to make sure that, I only have a comment on one item, but I want to make sure there's some general things that are reflected in the final report that came out of our discussions. And the first one is that a lot of these recommendations, particularly when it comes to the alternative project delivery issues, they help you get cost certainty, not necessarily reduced costs. A delivery mechanism in and of itself is not the main driver of what makes these projects more expensive. It can be, but it's really third parties, utilities, things like that that are the drivers of the big costs of the projects. Time, of course, is a factor. So to the extent that an alternative delivery saves you time, it helps, but it's not on the order of hundreds of millions of dollars on a $1 billion, on some of these big projects. So cost certainty in and of itself isn't necessarily a cost reduction. So we just have to keep that in mind. Some of the recommendations deal with the third parties. You talk about utilities and franchise rights. What that sort of turns into is the utility has to move on our schedule at their cost. And if the legislature were to pass a bill like that, it would certainly help our projects. I don't know that they would do that. We would need something similar for cities when it comes to permitting that may face opposition from the league. And so I think we need to keep in perspective that making a recommendation doesn't necessarily turn it into something that happens, and then therefore doesn't necessarily turn into something that actually ends up benefiting our projects. And that kind of gets to what Sharon was talking about earlier, and I said this, I think, at the previous meeting, which is that the transit people here have had a concern that there are many pieces of this report that talk about making things more efficient. And we are not going to, I'm going to turn a noun and, well, it's not a noun, but I'm going to create a verb that doesn't exist, right? We are not going to efficiency-ize our way out of this problem. And the problem is the struggles that transit is facing. These things help. They can all help in addressing our challenge, but it's not going to address the fundamental, and it's kind of like I said the last time, the transformation that's needed is in the state's investment in transit. So I think we need to just have some perspectives about what these things can actually do, and if they are actually going to happen. And then the last is just on the specific thing with respect to the NEPA delegation for transit, because I know we have it for highways. There was a limited one for high-speed rail, which goes to the FRA, but the trick in that is that you're delegating from the federal government to the state. And we all love our good friends and colleagues at Caltrans, but when it comes to transit, transferring an authority from the state to Caltrans for something they don't do might not help. Sorry. And so we'd have to, you really have to figure out a way to get that down to the agency that's actually responsible for the document. So keep it. I'd like to keep working on that, but that's my feedback.
Okay, let's go to Marlon and then Laurel Molina.
I appreciate the comments, and my feelings aren't hurt, so. But I was taking a look at, I think it's this first one here, XX.1, and there's some language in here on, really focusing on development of the business case, and I think we want to maybe be a little bit more explicit. Normally on the highway side, we have like our project initiation documents, and it's very clear in terms of what that document is trying to do, document the scope, cost, and schedule for the project, because that's really the driver in terms of those projects moving forward. And so I think we should be a little bit more explicit in defining that specifically. And then just one flag, there's a phrase in here on Caltrans prioritizing existing project development funding to provide support. So probably need to have a little bit more discussion on, what that actually means. But certainly, I think there's a lot of ways that we can help from a project development standpoint, but that was this one flag I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Laurel and then Carl Sidorik and then Alex Bockelman.
Thank you, Chad. Laurel Molina, Riverside County Transportation Commission. Actually, Michael Turner provided a great segue for me. I have two comments that I wanted to make. One is actually first was a question. I was hoping that I can have some follow-up. For me, what's kind of missing for me is the reasons and further explanation as to why and what the cause for the higher increases in California are. There's obviously various reasons. Is it just because we're California? It's 25% higher than the rest of the U.S. Is it because of labor? Is it because of policy? Raw material, whatever the case is. I'd be really interested to know what the subject matter experts found to be the root causes, and to make sure that those causes tie back directly to the policy recommendations, because the policy recommendations are more delivery-oriented and process procedure-oriented. And as Michael already pointed out, we can only efficient size ourselves better, or even more so. But I just wanted to make sure that we can make that connection in the final report very distinctly, because the problem should tie back to the recommendations.
Yeah, I would say there's a wide array. Certainly that 25% delta, there's different driving things across the board in that, but a lot of it, the ones that we based on the feedback we got from the task force, really did try to limit it to the ones where this group and really the recommendations we make to the legislature would have an effect. So certain ones, certain drivers, such as the percentage of the project that is a tunnel or elevated, which is just more expensive, are not necessarily addressed, which we did talk about in the prior staff reports. Mostly because that's not something we're trying to address at the statewide level. We're really trying to look at what are the meta causes, if you will. And one thing we heard loud and clear is the meta driver being the timelines and how we can, shorten, the time is money argument. We can also provide much more detailed information on that kind of goes into all the different ones and some of the research we consulted, which we'll be happy to do so.
Thank you. I think that would definitely be very beneficial. And then the last thing I wanted to mention, and it's more of a comment, is that the NEPA recommendation, any way to streamline that, as well as any other environmental regulation. We have it as a level of complexity as medium, but I feel that that's more high, and that would definitely be, I think, highly supportive.
Thank you, Laurel. Let's go to Carl and then Alex.
Thank you. Maybe so that we're not tortured with this efficiency-ized term, I think what we're talking about is focusing on efficiency without focusing on effectiveness of what we do. doesn't get us anywhere. It just allows us to do the wrong things faster or cheaper than we've ever done them before. So, you know, how do we focus on doing the right things? And it has a lot to do with how do we get out and how does the state and our own cities get out of our own ways to get things done. Unfortunately, a project that I've been working on has become the poster child for what goes wrong with these projects. My surf bus line, 6 miles distance, going through 5 jurisdictions, now with 77 permits, 400 conditions on those permits. A 100%, a complete redesign at 95% design by the Coastal Commission to move the project from 0 to 15 feet from the west to the east. $100 million with $15 million of environmental mitigations that changes almost daily. 400 linear feet in a Caltrans right-of-way that we're still 2.5 years in to get the permits, and I'm supposed to start construction within the next 3 weeks, and I still don't have the permit from Caltrans. 20 different engineers, 250 different comments that we've had to respond to. This isn't efficient. This isn't effective. And we can't get there. We can't get to the previous topic of integrated schedules and time transfers unless we can build projects that allow us to have signal prioritization, to allow bus on shoulder, to allow those things that allow transit to move faster and more predictably through the unpredictable traffic that we have. And we have plenty of players at the state level that stop us from doing this, or push the and I'll say Caltrans. You know, we touch a foot of Caltrans right of way, and then they want us to take over highway maintenance or bridge maintenance. And I see that happening in my region. It's happening right now with my project, and so I'm not certain that what is said here accurately captures the need if we're attempting to get to these projects that allow for the increased integration that you want to see between transit operators, we have to have the ability to build these types of projects, and we have to have the ability to build them and get them permitted quickly. I agree with Michael that the project delivery method, whether it's CMGC, design, bid, build, or design, build, that's a risk modifier that allows you to get some certainty, as he said, in what this is actually going to be. We'd like to have that same certainty with things like environmental mitigations. Just tell us how much we have to pay and let the other agencies figure out what they want to do with it. I don't feel it's a good use of transit employees to go out and count buckwheat seeds for monarch butterflies. Just tell me how much it's going to be. I'll gladly pay it, and then we can move on and get going. So with that, you know, I guess then the final note to get to Sharon's point from earlier is if we can't get to integrated services between operators, between regions, without these projects that help us deliver them, we'll never be able to get these projects to deliver unless we have the funding to do it. So thanks.
Alex is next, followed by Ian, and then Michael Pimentel.
Alex Bachholman, MTC. This is a hard one, and I guess I wanted to start with the last thing that Carl said is I do think that a lot of where the delays come is that we don't have all the funding at once that we need. So when I look at our region, if we have 5 really important projects that we're trying to deliver for transit in the region, we usually get like little pieces of money for each of them. And so I know that's not really covered here, but that is part of it. So I think at times MTC has actually become very unpopular because we've tried to move money from projects to get it all on one just so that project can advance, not to play favorites, but because, you know, time is money, as we all know. So I think that I just want to start with, yes, more money. I think we've all said that around the table, so that's important. But then looking at the things that you have in front of us, I think that growing public sector capacity. Well, I think all this stuff in terms of timelines, anything on the permitting side and giving operators more authority to be able to do their projects better and faster, I think is important. I think on growing public sector capacity, I would actually look to strengthen XX1 and XX4 potentially. I do think that, we've heard from operators in our region, like, that have tried to deliver BRTs. I never want to do that again. Way too hard. This isn't what I'm trying to get people to point A and B safely and efficiently. I don't want to try to build this capital project ever again. And yet we know that those sort of projects are so important for people to have a good experience. So I don't know that this quite addresses it, but I do think that I would say on XX1, I think this, it's good to do business cases. I also think it's important to prioritize projects that come out of this process that have a strong benefit cost. I would strengthen that a little bit on XX1. I think on XX4, I think these regional collaboratives, people could do them now, but it's too hard because people have, each agency has their own mission that they're responsible for. So I kind of feel like this needs to be strengthened to be effective. Like, for example, if new authorities are being created, then they should have authority and flexibility to deliver multiple projects and programs, to really look at a portfolio of projects. We often have new authorities created in the Bay Area, and they are single project delivery entities, and they don't have the ability to do multiple projects. So we have one corridor between San Jose and San Francisco where I think we probably have 5 entities delivering capital projects. Is that the right way to do things? Maybe not. So I guess I would say maybe there's an opportunity to strengthen the XX4. XX2 and XX3, I feel, I defer to the transit operators. It's nice to have, but I worry about just having too many things on a list is maybe a distraction, and it doesn't seem like it moves the needle to me. And then under reduced timelines to deliver capital projects, I really didn't quite understand YY2 and YY5, so I guess I just to note that, maybe I would need more details to vote on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go with Ian Griffiths and Michael Pimentel.
Thanks, Ian Griffiths. I agree, I think, with everything that Alex just said, and I'm really glad you spoke before me. In terms of, I think XX4 really should be strengthened. I think regional collaboratives, I'm not sure what that means. I think, again, we can do that. That can happen now. I think creating certainly a statewide center of excellence for project delivery is key. I think that could then delegate or work with, for regions that have, sufficient capacity to sort of partner with regions on that. I think there should be and the other thing she mentioned that was mentioned by several commenters from the public, from Californians for Electric Rail in particular, is the challenge of having patchwork funding come from so many different places and making it very difficult to cobble together funding and extending the timeline of projects, or forcing us to cut a project in half that really should be delivered all at once. We have many examples of this in the Bay Area where we built, Transbay, the extension to Transbay had to be cut in 2. We built a bus terminal 10 years before, we're going to have a rail connection to downtown San Francisco, and that delay, versus if we had been able to fund that project all at once, we could have 10 years of the benefit of that extension. The ridership gain, BART to San Jose is another project that was split in half, and really now the second half is very much, it's just the costs keep going up. So there's been research on this topic. Many other countries have multi-year framework agreements whereby, when construction is funded for a specific project, it's funded in full. And I think that's something that I would like to see the state examine for state sources of funding, such as TIRCP, whether in certain cases, I don't think it's appropriate in every single case, but I think there are certain strategic investments whereby the state should consider funding a project in full over multiple years, which I believe is a little bit different from how we do it right now. So that would be my suggestion for a YY, perhaps another YY recommendation, which is evaluate the value that multi-year funding agreements could bring to the speeding up of capital projects. And perhaps there's a role that regions could be empowered to do that as well. But I'm thinking, as a state, that's a specific source of funding that I'm aware of that the California for Electric Rail report specifically commented on and felt like there was an opportunity there.
We're going to go to Michael Pimentel, and then I'm going to have a recommendation for how we handle these in terms of moving forward.
All right, and thank you, Michael Pimentel with the California Transit Association. Just a few things. I think overall there's some general alignment in the comments that task force members have offered today. And I think for the work that we've been advancing at an association level, there is general agreement and support for those recommendations that were captured in YY6 through YY8. Work to speak specifically to alternative delivery mechanisms, as well as creating some limitations on things like betterments that can be exacted from project sponsors as they're moving projects to fruition, and then of course creating some more standardization on what exactly is evaluated and the timelines for evaluation by regional and local partners. I think for me there are some areas of question or maybe points of exploration. I think on YY4, relative to the reevaluation of projects receiving state funds ahead of construction, I think that probably does require some additional conversation. And I say that only because I can imagine what are some fairly significant downstream ramifications for something where an agency has a funding commitment from the state and that gets potentially reevaluated. Think about the stack of funds that agencies bring together and helping to deliver a project, any initial mobilization that may be taking place to bring a project into construction. And so I think that does, again, require some additional unpacking. And then I think on a higher level observation, I think we heard around the table a number of folks say, hey, I don't quite understand what that means with particular recommendations, and I'm not going to call out specific ones myself. But what I would say is that as this process continues to move forward, and I think as we are evaluating this discourse and how it influences the final recommendation, if there is a way to operationalize some additional contact with task force members between meetings, I understand a few conversations did take place between the last time this was before us and where it is today. I think that would help really smooth the conversation within these forums and ensure that we're, I guess, getting what we thought we directed, and not to suggest we're hugely off base, but to make sure that we are tracking, and then allows for us to have maybe a bit more iterative discussion before we're asked to vote on things and move them forward. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go on to Eli, and then I will have some comments for the task force to consider.
Yeah, I had a question on YY1. It says level of complexity medium. I guess I just don't understand why NEPA oversight delegation authority for Caltrans. I know California High-Speed Rail has it.
So NEPA, just to clarify, NEPA delegation authority from the federal government is for highway projects at Caltrans, and then CalSTA has the sovereign immunity for transit and rail, for which we can delegate it to either Caltrans or High-Speed Rail for them to enter into an MOU with the appropriate federal agency. So the actual authority to do NEPA delegation in state law exists at the level of CalSTA that can be delegated to either of our agencies. And right now, the only agency that has that is High-Speed Rail with a MOU with FRA. Theoretically, Caltrans could have an MOU with FTA, or Caltrans could have an MOU with FRA to do NEPA delegation on different projects than High-Speed Rail does. So that's kind of what's behind this is that authority, which right now, as I understand at the federal level, can happen with any state that has highway delegation authority. You can't have these rail and transit ones unless you also have the highway one. And so at the federal level, this administration that's there now has even encouraged states to pursue it if they have the highway side in place. So that's kind of where where we are in terms of understanding what could be done with NEPA delegation. It takes time to set up those MOUs, so they're not quick to do, which is why we haven't yet done it unless we have projects that want that authority to be used. Like we haven't set it up with Caltrans at this point for transit or rail. We just have it at high speed.
Okay. Thank you.
The distinction on the medium was that because it's already enabled in state law and being enabled at the federal level, we did not go with a high of like, we have to go ask the legislature to make this change to let this happen. It would be just, it's a long administrative path, hence the medium, but it is an administrative path, as opposed to statutory change. That was the justification.
Got it. I mean, I think especially as we have bigger and bigger projects, having that for, say, this Fulton Transit Corridor project would be a great opportunity for us to expedite some of these projects.
Like we have another comment or question from Michael Turner.
I'll just footnote that real quick. On the case of transit projects, we're the lead agency on an environmental document for a transit project, not the state. So the delegation of the authority in this case on the highway and the FRA things is going to the state, and the state is the lead on those. In the case of transit projects, the state is not the lead on the environmental document. And so you'd be introducing the state into a process they're not currently in. And that, like I said, is not the easiest thing to pull off.
Yes, and to be clear, it's NEPA oversight, not doing the NEPA document itself. So it's the oversight of the process, issuing the record of decision, that kind of thing. That's the possibility there. And I agree that we're not doing this for our own transit projects. So it would be a new thing for the state to take any of that oversight role on. On rail, we do have rail projects that we've overseen, and hence High Speed Rail is doing that. And they're doing it with other rail agencies in the state that are pursuing projects that are adjacent to the High Speed Rail system.
Well, okay. That was a lot. Maybe take this conversation offline, but I would say, Chad, with your state rail plan, I think out there that this idea for that state rail plan and really thinking about like how we're interconnected throughout the state makes a lot more sense now, just in the way that we have a interconnected highway system. So I think it's a great recommendation.
Okay, well, thank you for your comments. At this point, I'd like to suggest a process here for talking through this efficiently. I'm going to propose there are kind of three buckets of possible recommendations here. There are those that folks feel are basically in their current format, ready to carry forward. It doesn't mean that's the most important one or the one that you think is the best, but ones that you would be able to support. Perhaps a small tweak in language is needed, but like ones that we could bring back in the next meeting as part of a report that has those at their core, in the matrix and adopted. The next would be ones that you think need quite a bit of work. You want to get feedback on those and have us bring back in some form. And then I think the third are things that you think are ready to be, maybe they need more discussion here, but we think we could get to actually adopting them today. That would be the third category. So I'd like to kind of first look at whether there are any of these that we think are largely ready to go, minor changes needed, if any, and then move on to the other ones. So if there's any proposals on the table, I heard some discussions earlier about groups of these that might be supported already, largely in the format they're in. If that makes sense to the task force, I'd like to structure it that way, but open to feedback. Laurel Padgett-Seekins.
Laurel Padgett-Seekins, Public Advocate. Just a process. I think there's a fourth bucket, which is things that are missing that maybe want to be taken back. Yeah.
Yes, I would also accept a bucket that's the ones that are missing that you'd like us to come back with more ideas on. Ian, do you have your card up to speak on this? Okay,
No.
got it. Without any feedback here yet, I'm going to go ahead and look at the X series and see if we can be moving some of that forward. We heard some comments on X1 and X4 asking for a little bit more clarification. X2 and X3 we didn't hear many comments on. And so I would like to see if we can move anything forward in the X1 to X4 series. I would welcome a motion on that.
Griffiths, I'll move X1 to X4 as written.
Watkins, second.
I'll second it.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to move X1 to 4 forward. See if there's any discussion before we vote. Alex?
I guess I want to know if there could be some friendly amendment to work to strengthen XX4 a little bit, maybe next time it comes back.
Yes, with more clarification to, or more strengthening of what XX4 would involve. You could have that be part of the
because, yes, or because right now people can already form regional collaboratives,
right.
But they are not finding that very helpful.
Okay. Marlon and then Eli.
Yeah, for XX1, yeah, I would want to, maybe offer some friendly amendments to that one. In principle, I think it's fine, but I think it needs to be tweaked and strengthened.
Let's go to Eli, and then I've heard two areas of possible direction to make modification or strengthening of X1 and X4. XX1.
I'm thinking of the 4 of us that represent like community organizations and riders, and like how much collective expertise there is between the 4 of us, and like how much time we had to spend like getting, like I'm not a planner. I've never run a transit agency. I probably couldn't do a good job now after being on this for a year and a half and hearing some of the challenges. But at least I have like an understanding of the issue, and I just wonder if there's some way, in the way that this task force has included us in this conversation, to include some like development of more regional rider and advocate expertise as part of this, to understand the intricacies of running a transit operation, so that when you have a public meeting and folks are showing up at public meetings, like they can speak with real intelligence about this, I would hope. So I guess kind of creating more educated advocates. I know I'm seeing some eyes maybe rolling on that, but I don't know. I haven't really formed the concept, but maybe it's something to discuss.
Yeah, if there's something there that you'd like to propose as like a future way of growing capacity as a digital item, you can send that to us in a comment, and we can consider it in the next meeting. So far, I've heard kind of a request to strengthen X1 and X4 with some additional wording, but general support for the concepts. If we wanted to have a friendly amendment that directed us to strengthen those two, but otherwise adopt them or carry them forward for bringing back to this committee at the next meeting, X1 to X4, I would accept that as a friendly amendment, if that's something that Carrie and Ian want to take. Okay. So at this point, Mike, can we go ahead and put forward a vote on this with X1 and X4 getting some strengthening language added to them?
So the vote will be to approve XX1, XX2, XX3, and XX4 with a friendly amendment to strengthen the language for XX1 and XX4. It was motioned by Griffiths and it was seconded by Watkins. I'll take the vote now. Barnes.
Abstain.
Baldwin.
Aye.
Cooney.
Abstain.
Edison.
Aye.
Flournoy.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Hand.
Okay.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Lippman.
Aye.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller. Miller is absent. Muluna.
Aye.
Murphy.
Yes.
Patchett Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel.
Yes.
Dort.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Watkins.
Aye.
Watts.
Yes.
16 yeses, motion passes.
Thank you, Mike. At this point, I'd like to take up the YY items. I'd like to see if there's any comments on things that you want to see strengthened or the wording changed. And then I will entertain a motion to take up some or all of the section. Alex Bockelman.
I guess I would hope that we could maybe defer YY2 and YY5. I just didn't quite understand them.
Okay, thank you. I see Amy Hance.
Thank you, Chad. Amy Hance with the City of Clovis. I believe my seat represents small cities. So in light of representing small cities, have a concern about YY9 and what looks to be some language that would override small jurisdictions' design standards for building. And I just know how important that is in my city and our general plan and what we like to make sure certain areas of the city look like and represent. So I do have concern about YY9. I don't know if that's shared around the table here, but I felt it was important to voice that.
Yeah, one clarification on that, Amy, is that that was intended to be like a mutual opt-in proposal, so that if we clarified that, would that make that?
Yes, I see it says opt-in, but then
Yeah.
it says should consider requiring the establishment of minimum guidelines. So the language under implementation is so much stronger than opt-in.
Okay.
So if you clarify that, I'm cool.
Okay, thank you. Juan Matute, followed by Michael Pimentel. I can't tell, Eli, is that up from the last time, or, okay?
Yeah, maybe under YY9 is revisiting, not necessarily the authority, but the procedures under which the California Public Utilities Commission Rail Crossing and Engineering Branch maintains multimodal rights of way that are adjacent to transit and rail projects. Doesn't maintain, but they specify requirements for, which ends up being a very inflexible and not supportive of bike and walk approach to regulation. I don't know if that's shoehorned in there. I know I made this comment in a previous meeting, and perhaps it could be part of that legislative fix.
Okay, let's go to Michael Pimentel and then Marlene Flournoy.
So first, joining Alex Bockelman and highlighting 2 and 5 as being points for additional conversation, some clarity. I do want to introduce into that mix as well YY4. Again, I raised in my comments about, depending on how this is operationalized, it could have some fairly significant downstream impacts. I think we just need to have some fuller conversation on that. And I think, chief on my mind is if we're considering projects as they're heading into the construction phase, what about an instance where the state of California is slowing the delivery of a project? And this is, state departments, boards, commissions, and that has impacts on fiscal impact of that project. Certainly don't want to find ourselves in a situation that because of matters that are not within our control, and then frankly we're trying to address through this set of recommendations, causes the project to be reevaluated before it moves into construction. That to me seems like a bit of a strange potential dynamic.
Okay, thank you. Marlon and then Ian.
So for Marlon Florno, Caltrans, so for YY8, I just want to get some clarification. So it talks about requiring the use of standardized forms by local agencies, and then as reporting entities, it lists Caltrans. And in light of that, Caltrans, we're already required by statute to have specific timelines for our encroachment permit process. So I just wanted to clarify that, well, what Caltrans' role in that process is, other than maybe it's just general support.
I think it would be technical assistance in ensuring that those forms, as if they were to be developed, would be consistent with other statutes, given that there's already a statute for consistency and timelines on that, but only for one type of permit. If that got expanded into a broader framework for more types of permits, you'd want to have those not be conflicting.
So on Ian Griffiths, YY5, I think this is really important, and I was just curious I'm fine revisiting it. I really just don't want it. I hope we can, if there's the desire to understand what this means more, I think it's worth kind of sharing information to explain what this means. But my understanding of what this means is the idea of service-led planning, which is where which is very much the philosophy of the State Rail Plan, where we start by what are the desired service levels and travel times between key hubs within the state, and then doing the same equivalent exercise within each region, much the way that the Bay Area has done that as part of the Connected Net, like the MTC has gone down that road with the Connected Network Plan. But this is, as far as it relates to capital project, and ultimately it's the model by which many of the countries that are shown as having lower costs, in particular for rail, have been able to optimize their infrastructure design and be able to ensure that they're building it to the level of service that they're providing, and they're not building duplicative infrastructure. So that's my understanding of what this means. I think it may be worth kind of sharing more information, or I'm trying to remember the presentation from the prior meeting where this concept was first introduced. But if we don't adopt it today, I really hope we can just come back to it and make sure that because for me, this is essential for not only for reducing capital project costs and not being more effective with our capital projects, not just more efficient, making sure we're actually building the right things and we're not overbuilding, but also to the goals of integration and of fares and service, because of course, in order to have greater integration, we need to have capital programs that facilitate that. So that's my comment on YY5.
Alex Bockelman.
Okay, I don't want to do a rebuttal to Ian, but I think maybe what Ian just said made me still want to defer this. And the reason, not that it's not important, but the example you cited maybe is inherent in some of the conflicts that exist in the state around this. The statewide rail plan may do really important things, it does, but it is not financially constrained. And the regional plans have to be financially constrained. So I think right there is often a conflict that comes about. So I guess when I read this, I'm still concerned. I think it needs more discussion. So
I would like to
Just from the
offer one,
example.
I would like to offer one, I think this can be deferred and made more clear as to what it means, but one comment I'll make just on rail in particular, is that we have now repeatedly seen projects planned in corridors where trains operate through the entire corridor, where projects that are being built no longer get the benefits that they were designed for because other projects in the corridor have led to the schedule not operating in a way that uses that infrastructure anymore. And so this has happened many times in state rail project funding, is that we see projects get funded that are in a sequence in a corridor, and now you have one that is no longer going to be used for what it was being built because other projects have led to services being offered, that schedules that are possible that don't use that anymore. And so when you have many agencies submitting projects to improve that same rail corridor, but for different service types, sometimes we end up with a situation where some of those projects are now unnecessary. And so a cost savings that actually makes sure those all work together would be achievable if there was a more consistent way of ensuring that full use of the capital projects that are being built. So, but in any case, that's just an observation from having seen this now on the rail side multiple times. Let's go to Mark Watts, please.
More of a question than anything else. Why 2, 3, and 8 talk to capital projects or speak to capital projects? What's the definition of that? And is there a size? Is it bus stops? Is it major installs, stations?
Yeah, I think we have a number of recommendations in sort of the smaller transit priority infrastructure category from your strategy B that previously went forward in strategy A earlier. Based on the materials presented before and how, if we get the go-ahead to put some recommendations into the report and how we'll write it up, there's cost issues across the board. You can go talk to a public works director in a small city and they'll tell you costs are high, even if that's, and there's cost issues, but where the real bang for buck in terms of changing, this is kind of focused on the bigger, typically rail and like transit, BRT up, was where we really focus. This is where the savings, and delivering those transformative projects, that's kind of the nexus. And that's, I think, how we'll try to aim to write the write-up around these recommendations for the report section.
All right, and so
versus
the
smaller stuff is covered elsewhere, we hope.
But is it, remind me, in that case, does that cover planning, zoning, or does it talk about something at a higher level?
You know what, let me try and get back to you on that one and I'll go take a quick look into the report, because I'm not totally sure I have that off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Laurel Molina.
Can I ask one follow-up question? For YY2 and YY3, it discussed risking and waiving rights. Can you elaborate more on what you mean by that and who that is going to impact? And the reason why I bring it up is because I think for any and all of these strategies and recommendations that we propose should not be penalizing to any of the transit agencies, especially when the topic of this section is really about reducing costs. I don't think it should be penalizing.
I'll specifically cite Carl, if he doesn't mind. Comments are frequently received from agencies like CPUC or Coastal pretty late in the process.
Okay. State agencies? Okay.
State agencies or other sort of permanent, a utility. And this causes challenges for these agencies when they receive, these substantial comments when they are farther in their process. The recommendation is trying to thread a line between saying, well, the transit agent can't just do what they want, right? Whatever. There does have to be a commenting process, but the engagement does need to be at the right time in the process, would be this recommendation. Or, if you come in and you're already at, 100% design, and at a previous point you were reached out to as your permitting agency, and, you didn't say anything then about this when you could have said something based on the specifics. That's what this is really trying to be about, waiving, that and trying to address some of the concerns. I think Carl was really driving a lot of that one, in that these comments come in pretty late from like a CPUC or coastal, and therefore, or Caltrans, or regardless, and utilities, and they send the project back to essentially earlier phases, including having to reopen environmental, which can often be very costly.
Okay.
So
That's
that's
a
the
really
idea
good
of what would be
explanation.
waived, is like the transit agency would have the right to say, well, you didn't come in at the right time to make
Yeah.
this type of comment.
Okay.
I think that's great. I just wasn't quite sure where it was going because the next one was about reevaluating projects and funding, so but that was a great explanation, thank you.
Okay, so right now I'm hearing that like 2 and 5,
2, 5, 4, and 8.
2, 5, and then 4, and 4 and 8 all need some additional, sorry, 9. 2, 5, 4, and 9 all need some additional clarification. On 9, it was around making clear, the clear opt-in mutual agreement, part of this, clear, and then we had, 2, 4, and 5 that also needed some changes. So that would leave us with, 1, 3, 6, 7, 6, and 7 as potentially, ready to be moved if that's, if there's consensus there. So, and then we can take, and then I guess the question is, we can bring back the other ones with, further feedback, based on the feedback we're receiving today and any comments that folks want to make between now and the next meeting that we could incorporate into improving those.
I'll move the items that you just listed.
Okay.
Clarification, please, with that.
Yes, can you do that? Yeah. Okay, so the motion would be based on 1,
1,
3,
out.
6, and 7.
6, 7, forward.
Not
Being-
8 is deferred.
8 and 9 would be deferred.
8 and 9 and 2 and 5
Would be
2, 4, and 5 would be deferred, and come back with improved language on those. So that's your motion, Alex? Kate,
So
do we have a
on
second?
YY1, why do we need that? I guess I'm confused by that because FTA typically serves as the NEPA certifier.
Having a state agency serve as the NEPA certifier can reduce timelines, which is why it's done on the highway side. So that would be the justification, especially given the staff capacity at the federal level right now.
Do you know whether or not that delegation has been given to anybody out on the transit side in the whole country? Is that possible?
It's entirely possible. The question is whether I don't know of. I would have to get back to you on whether those states are doing it. It would have to be one of the 10 states that has highway delegation, and I'm not sure that any of them are using the transit side of this, although rail projects such as what we have in California are also transit projects. So I think on the
So
FTA
this is really
side,
more of a high-speed rail?
not high-speed rail only. We found, in general on rail projects where this has happened, we found, 18 to 24 months of acceleration in the environmental approval process. And we're also being encouraged by the federal government right now to pursue that more aggressively because they've lost about 75% of their capacity to do environmental on the staff and
But,
consultant
that's
side.
probably temporary, right?
Sure.
I don't know if we should be always chasing stuff that is something that.
Well, okay, but
is a
we've been doing
temporary
we've been doing NEPA delegation through high-speed rail effectively for a while now, and the question is, do we set it up for Caltrans for rail? Do we set it up at Caltrans for transit also? If we're going through that process, do we work with?
So I guess then the other clarifying question would it be an option or required that
It's
we
an
would go
option.
through Caltrans?
It's all
Okay.
opt-in. You don't have to pursue, you don't have to put any, we're not gonna do this on a transit project unless somebody comes to us and says, we think we want the state to do the oversight here instead of the federal government. On the rail side, that's been helpful. We don't know if it's helpful on the
So
transit
then
side.
I would request then a friendly amendment to that to just make sure it's clarified as being an option, not a required process.
That can just be done in the wording here, yes, so
Yeah,
I think that's.
great. Thanks.
I'll accept the friendly amendment.
We've got Mark Watts and then, Michael Turner and Marlon Flornay.
Well, I do appreciate the friendly amendment because I think the base recommendation was very, very helpful particularly where you're developing new intercity rail program projects, may be beneficial, may not be, but have the option, like CV rail, out in Coachella Valley would be very, very helpful. So thanks for leaving it in.
Yeah, in addition to a lot of the cases that Chad was mentioning, we have had examples in Caltrans where we've had a project that was multi-funded, you know, so it may have FHWA funds, it may have had, you know, FTA funds, and so rather than having to deal with different agencies to get different NEPA approvals, you know, agencies wanted us to take on that responsibility, so it takes that burden off of them having to deal with multiple agencies. So that's just another use case as well.
Michael?
I'll tell you, if you give it to Caltrans, we're not going to use it. That doesn't help. It will not happen. We've looked at this multiple times, and if you bring Caltrans into a transit project environmental process where we are the lead agency, it's the FTA's document, you are not making this better. It is not going to, we won't support that. If you want to come in and talk about what to do with Sepulveda Pass, I just caution you about going down that route. But if you're talking about delegating a NEPA authority to Caltrans on a project where we are the lead, we are not going to support that or do it. You have to get the delegated authority down to us. If you really want to delegate NEPA authority, it can't go to the state. It's got to go to the agency that is the lead agency on the environmental document.
Juan, go ahead.
I would just point out that having the authority to certify a document vest with the lead agency is not a standard practice for CEQA or NEPA, and that there are 57 other counties in California that may avail themselves of this opportunity if Michael's board doesn't want to. So I think we should call the question and vote on it.
Is there a second on Alex's motion?
Yeah, we still don't have a second.
I will second.
Okay, let's, so this is, Mike, can you read us what the vote is on?
Certainly. So the vote is on YY1 with YY1 though, but to strengthen the language about making it optional. YY3 as is, YY6 as stated, and YY7 as stated. Anyone have any questions on what they're voting on? It was motioned by Bockelman and it was seconded by Matute. I will now call for the vote. Barnes.
Abstain.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Abstain.
Edison.
Aye.
Flournoy.
Aye.
Aye.
Hans. Lindsay.
No.
Lippman.
Yes. Yes.
Yay.
Miller.
Aye.
Luna.
Aye.
Murphy.
Aye.
Paget Seekins.
Abstain.
Pimentel.
Aye.
Dorick.
Aye.
Turner.
Abstain.
Watkins.
Aye.
Watt.
Aye.
Fourteen yeses, motion passes.
Are there any other items folks would like us to consider now, or do you want us to bring these back with additional feedback in this section? Laurel Paget-Seekins, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think we heard a number of things, comments around this issue of the cobbling together patchwork funding sources. So I wonder if it's possible for some staff thinking to come back on that.
more
like,
staff thinking on
about a
how to,
recommendation on that.
a recommendation around dealing with a patchwork of funding sources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a reminder, we'll have coming back, there's recommendations on the simplified granting strategy that will be coming back in the next meeting that's going to touch on that subject based on what was passed in prior meetings.
Next, Ian Griffiths.
Great, yeah, no, well then, I was just gonna, I think you should go, support staff developing a proposal and perhaps maybe it belongs in that other section, not this one. Just as an example, the recommendation could be something like explore the potential for multi-year investment frameworks to fund major capital projects. In all at once is, to full the entire project as opposed to splitting them up into phases to advance them more quickly. But look forward to your recommendation.
With this, I'd like to move on to the next section of our meeting. I'd like to go on to the staff report discussion and possible action on TTTF report tranche 2. We will have a staff report on that first, followed by public comment, and then we will consider, we'll have discussion on it.
All right. Thank you, Chad. As mentioned, we have our second of our 3 tranches of the final report to consider today and take feedback on. So this is primarily focused on the principle, develop high-quality public transit systems to support complete communities. It will cover 2 topic areas from the legislation. One is changes to land use, housing, and pricing policies that could improve public transit use. And then the second topic area is the potential of transit-oriented development and value capture of property around transit. Let's go to the next slide. So we have some new recommendations based on the feedback we received in prior meetings that had not previously been passed. So these are ones that we've edited and changed. So this is utilizing the Surplus Lands Act to increase affordable housing on land used by transit agencies, create a new dedicated entity to reform development to meet current needs for transit and housing, but avoid those pitfalls that affected redevelopment. Continued streamlining the Surplus Land Act to increase effectiveness and establish supplemental funding sources through value capture strategies. Again, these are kept at sort of a higher level based on the needs expressed by subject matter experts, but also acknowledging that, we are not necessarily the best position to make those direct recommendations, so giving some flexibility in how they are implemented. And then additionally, we have prepared an additional appendix to guide this report. One thing that had been brought up during many of the recommendations is there's been substantial legislative action during the past several years related to this topic. So we have an Appendix C, existing adopting policy. This is a summary of sort of the existing policies, legislation, and regulatory reforms that have affected these topics based on, sort of those official things, just to inform the reader of, hey, we're not necessarily, for example, commenting as intensely on some of the CEQA issues that you may have heard back in the past, because there's been substantial changes to CEQA when it comes to transit over the past couple of years. So you're not going to see as much of that in the main body of the report. Let's go to the next slide. And that is, you've got the report so you can read it and make comments. So that's what we'll be discussing during this section. With that, we can now take public comment on tranche 2 of the report.
Does anyone in the room would like to make a public comment? Seeing no hands up, raise your hand. Anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
There are currently no raised hands on the Zoom. I'll wait a moment to give time for people to raise hands. There are no public comments on the Zoom.
And there are no public comments in the room. Public comment period is over for this section of the agenda.
With that, I will wait. I think we're expecting a little bit more public comment. I'll wait for our chair to return momentarily as we take this pause. Give everyone some time to catch up on tranche 2. Actually, let's take a quick 10-minute break, and return at, 2:30. Give everyone a chance to read the report and use the restroom and whatnot. Coffee is available for those on the left.
Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and take a seat. I think we're close to having our quorum back, so. Okay, at this point, we're going to open up the Tranche 2 report for comment and discussion and to receive feedback, and then we will look at a couple of the items that are new recommendations in here that we could take up to vote on. So let's go ahead and have general comment and discussion on this. I've got Kate Miller up first.
It seems like the first one ought to say, build high-density communities around quality public transit instead of the other way around. Because you have developed high-quality public transit systems to support complete communities. It seems like we should be building, no? What? We talked about it. Oh, you did? Because this seems backwards to me. I don't know. So, you guys had this discussion last time? All right. You know, the thing is that they go both ways. You can't just do one or out there. It seems like we should come up with language that articulates that, you know, building high quality transit near communities and building communities near high quality transit it goes both ways.
Kate, I think we adopted this principle in the last meeting, but I guess I would say we can address in the narrative, like the fact that this goes both ways. So I think we can try to address that in the narrative, but I'd like to try to keep the principle that we've already adopted intact if we can. Other comments on the report? Carl Sidoric.
Yeah, to add to Kate's comment, and without reopening the principle, perhaps in the narrative, is that the infrastructure to support high-quality public transit, to support complete communities, needs to be invested in. And case in point, I'm dealing with in multiple communities in Monterey County, projects funded through the state, complete streets, safe routes to school, the concept of road diets. I continue to fight and not win on these fights locally, where they want to reduce the lane widths to 10 feet for the road diet, but a standard bus, in order to have wheelchair capacity, is 10 feet, 7 inches wide with mirrors. And we make these arguments, and they fall on deaf ears at local traffic commissions, and because everyone wants to be on a road diet. Anyway, so the infrastructure has to be there to start everything else off.
No other. We can get specifically into the new recommendations, which are in light blue on page 4 and 5 of the report. So here we have U1, U4, U5, and U6. This is based on feedback that we've received in past discussions, and these blue items are new recommendations that we're bringing to you to be considered. And I see Amy. Amy Hance. Yep.
Thank you, Amy Hance with the City of Clovis. I just would like a little bit more clarification or a better understanding on U4, a dedicated entity to reform redevelopment. So we had redevelopment agencies. They were dissolved by the legislature, and I had to look it up, 2012. Is this a renewal of that effort? I mean, which maybe wouldn't be a bad thing considering the state of what's happening right now, but if you could shed some light, I'd appreciate it.
I would say when we did subject matter experts interviews on this topic, if they did not say the words when redevelopment ended or some variation on that speech, it was not one of, I would say 99, if not 100% of the interview, we just heard we're at this. The legislature has really added a number of post-redevelopment tax increment financing tools, actually probably more. That's U3. There's existing ones like a neighborhood infill and transit infrastructure area. There is exactly one of those statewide. And one of the things that was brought up about redevelopment agencies was the existence of a dedicated board and a dedicated agency to this allowed the increment financing tools that they had available to happen more frequently. So given the goal of capturing value and increment financing being that tool to capture value, considering, and we left this pretty vague to say, you kind of need somebody whose job it is to create these entities to do the increment financing. We did not have a specific recommendation on whose job it is, but the lack of anybody having that as that job, it left it to an enterprising city can do it, then they got to get county alignment. So it was sort of saying you should consider adding a new entity at some level or with some collaboration that's goal is to deliver these increment financing tools to focus on, capturing more value for transit and housing. So that was the gist of it. Again, how was kind of left to the future, but it was really trying to say there's a huge need for somebody whose job it is and has the authority to create those tools.
Kate, and then Juan Matute.
So Michael Pimentel and I were just talking about this, and I think there's some general confusion about the Surplus Land Act, how it works with transit. And so maybe one way to get at this is to, under U1, clarify the Surplus Lands Act and prioritize affordable housing on land owned by public agencies.
It's just
so clarify the Surplus Lands Act and to prioritize increased affordable housing on land owned by public agencies. Yeah? And then I think you could then maybe get rid of the U5 completely.
Yeah. I think we can make that. We're getting that written up right now.
We'll put it right on the screen, so get directly to make.
I believe it is clarify the Surplus Lands Act to increase affordable, to prioritize, not increase, affordable housing on land owned by public rather than transit agencies.
Does this replace an existing U or?
That would replace U1 and remove U5. Okay, correct me if I got that wrong.
We are writing it now.
Yeah, so we'll bring this back forward to a vote when ready, but you can go to the next comment.
Okay, we've got Juan Matute, Eli Littman, Michael Pimentel, and then Sharon Cooney.
I guess I have some more questions about U4. And it's been a while since I've done my LAFCO homework, Local Agency Formation Commission. But from what I understand, it's creating a new entity at the local level is still difficult. Is the idea here, so one way this could be structured is there is some statewide expertise, center of excellence, granted some authority in state law for consistency purposes. And then from what I've seen in transportation, a local city transit authority landowner could form a JPA with that statewide entity, although the JPAs I'm aware of are not state, local, and then do some sort of implementation of advanced TIF and other things? Or are we, like, how is this exactly supposed to work? So if an entity is reforming redevelopment to meet current needs for transit and housing, you referenced there being a board, which I imagine has some advanced knowledge of the tools available for the job. This seems like a combination of knowledge management, governance, authority, and with some new authority, and I'm just like not quite sure of how this would actually be operationalized given what I understand there being a significant LAFCO hurdle for anything like this.
This is a very confusing mic system, and I apologize. Just to just clarify, the board comment made during the staff report is in reference to the redevelopment agencies having boards themselves, not any proposed future structure. I think what was identified in the SME interviews and sort of consensus was that the dedicated staff, and when redevelopment existed, the dedicated staff and boards meant that there was sort of somebody who was always thinking about how we could create that sort of increment financing for kind of good or bad. There was certainly a lot of challenges with redevelopment. They were not eliminated for there were reasons why redevelopment ended. This recommendation is very much vague. Do you do it at a statewide level? Do you do it as LAFCO? There is precedent for joint state and local JPAs, but it is saying that if you would like to see more increment financing, there should be an entity that sort of gets to do it more regularly and leaves the shape of the entity up to the legislature to consider.
That seems kind of vague.
It is vague.
Okay. Because like a Go Lucy Center of Excellence that TIRCP, AHSC, other programs can tap and say, yeah, we're giving you this money, but we're also giving you this technical assistance because you have some land and part of your financing structure is going to be TIF, and we're going to actually help you figure that out, and we're experts on it. We've done this everywhere. But I like that, but I don't know if these sentences are going to lead to that, but I guess that's what November 1st and beyond are for. Okay.
I believe Eli.
My colleague Denny actually wrote Nifty 2 with Ben Allen and got that as Eli live in Move LA. My colleague Denny drafted Nifty 2 and we got that passed with Ben Allen as the author a couple of years ago. And we were hopeful that it would generate more of these TIFs, but sadly, due to kind of compromises, Governor Brown sort of required that there had to be a vote of the district, and that really limited the ability to create this. And so I know this governor, has sort of said that this was an opportunity for reform, but it's never really gone anywhere, and we'd love to kind of see that move forward. So I'm glad this is included as a recommendation, and hopefully maybe it's something that can be addressed in the next legislative session, because the whole idea of Nifty 2 is to create like a lot easier ways to finance this stuff. So yeah.
Michael Pimentel and then Sharon Cooney.
Actually.
All right, Michael Pimentel with the California Transit Association. I think the one thing that I see is potentially missing from Strategy U also relates to the Surplus Lands Act, but in particular, why we had elevated this as a consideration for the task force. When we were helping to advance what became SB 125, one of the points of conversation we're having with the legislature is how we could do more to facilitate commercial development around our transit stations and stops. There's a heavy interest from the then Transportation Committee Chair to do more commercial development with an eye toward value capture. Done travel internationally, was citing that as work that we should be doing here in California. And we had highlighted at the time that the SLA, because some of the procedures that it puts before transit agencies before they can dispense of property create some hurdles, that we might want to see some further streamlining in that regard. I want to admit fully I'm not by any stretch an expert in the SLA, but it's something that for me does strike me as a glaring omission here. Yes, affordable housing. Yes, we want to have that form of partnership between housing and transit investments, but we also want to make sure that we have environments that ultimately facilitate people seeing transit stations and stops as destinations. And so if there's more that can be done on that front, again, I'm not the expert to carry that forward. I would suggest that that's one area that we might want to augment further.
I think I will I think that was some of the U5 intent, and also recognizing that this is the transit task force report, and I got to learn a lot about the SLA through our interview process, but I would also say, not a huge expert on it, and there were definitely sort of specifics brought up as certain examples, but there was never a clean enough sort of thing to bring forward to this task force that we felt comfortable bringing forward to you of like, this is exactly how the SLA would need to be changed to modify that outcome, so we struggled from a staff perspective to bring that forward because we weren't necessarily getting clean examples, of this is how, if you change this in the SLA with this dispensation order, again, it gets very complex very quickly. But certainly that was, I think, one of the reasons why we had U5 in there, and maybe making it clear of the reason why you need that in that U5 was to say, to facilitate these types of complete communities. But that was just sort of the SLA being its own complex issue, but it is intimately tied to being local.
Okay, and that may be one area where we can further clarify within U5, and it could be something to the effect of streamline Surplus Lands Act to increase effectiveness and to appropriately balance housing and commercial development around transit stations and stuff, something like that.
Yeah.
That's high level, that's a principle, and that's subject to further discussion.
I think it would become. Mike, do you get that?
Oh, they do. I'm going to do a friendly amendment to my amendment that kind of incorporated Michael's suggestion. Again, back to clarify the Surplus Lands Act to prioritize affordable housing and commercial development owned by public agents near transit systems. Or maybe we should say major transit hubs.
Thank you. Laurel, go ahead.
Laurel Pettis-Eakins from Public Advocates. So there's a few components of the Surplus Land Act, one of which is sort of right of first refusal sort of to affordable housing developers. So that's one piece of it where you have to set aside a certain amount of time, let it out, and see if there's any takers. And then there's a second component that is if you do a different development, there has to be some percentage or some number of units that I'm forgetting what it is that are affordable. So I'm wondering, is the problem the idea that there needs to do sort of the like offering it out on to affordable housing developers first, or is the problem that agencies are having with the second part, which is that they want to do a commercial development and they don't want to do the affordable housing component of that development? Because those are different problems.
What I had gotten from our SME interviews was when you have multiple public agencies owning on the same site and one of them needs to declare surplus in order for the other one to do a either non-surplus lands or a surplus lands development, it's sort of when it becomes the agglomeration and multiple agencies going through the Surplus Lands Act process at the same time, or one agency trying to the dispensation. But again, broadly speaking, I would not say we saw anything specific enough that we had like a really tight recommendation on this, as sort of mentioned, but it was mentioned as the Surplus Lands Act really created challenges for agency level TOD teams, was a frequent site from the.
But was it the first part of like doing the like putting it out for a certain number of days?
Generally the first part, I think, was my understanding. Especially when it was other public agencies. It was like the interface of different public agencies trying to do this on to create one sort of TOD-sized property. Okay. My understanding, I'm not going to say I got that 100% right. And then Sharon, yeah.
Can I get back in the queue? Sorry.
I just wanted to clarify what Michael was, and, amplify what he was saying, which is we still need U5 because there's a lot of these little nuances in Surplus Lands Act that we need to get fixed. And the first piece is the big problem, because if you want to capture, you know, when we put out our RFP for, and notice our lands, it's immediately an affordable developer who doesn't even necessarily have any way of figuring out how to use the land. They put it in, and they automatically get in the queue. So we need to kind of fix those aspects of the Surplus Land Act. So I think that even with the tweaking of the language from Kate, I think we do still need to have that conversation.
Yeah, it would be keep U5.
Just so we can keep on track.
Yeah.
So modified U1, I want to make sure it reflects the comments made to date, if we can go back to that. And then Hunter, can you read that out for us and make sure?
Clarify the Surplus Lands Act to prioritize affordable housing and commercial development on land owned by public agencies near major transit hubs. That will be U1 modified as right now. And then this would also be including a modified U5, which would be streamline the Surplus Lands Act to increase effectiveness to appropriately, and I would recommend we go with appropriately deliver homes and communities near transit. So I welcome any wordsmithing necessary here. If we don't have anything, do we want to, any more comments?
Okay, so we have U1, U4, U5, and U6 as new items. We have modifications to U1 and U5. Any further comments on whether we can move these all as a package?
Move to consider U1, 4, 5, and 6. Oh, wait.
Sorry, Laurel, a question, I guess, from Laurel. Is that right?
I don't know if this was a question. I was going to hope to separate the Surplus Land Act out from the other ones.
Oh, okay. So you want to take them up separately? So take up U1 and U5 right now, and then come back to U4 and U6? Okay, we can do, want to move that, Carrie? Okay, so we have a motion from Carrie to move U1 and U5 as modified. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Juan, second. Okay, Juan Matute, second. Mike, would you like to take us through the vote on this?
We're voting on U1 modified and U5 modified as presented on the screen. Let's see if we can get them both on. I'd like to both modified U1 and U5 completely on the screen. Right now, we can only see a part of U5 on this modified on the screen. Well, you'll be able to read it. Okay. We're voting on modified U1 and modified U5. And I'll take the roll call vote. Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Abstain.
Cooney.
Aye.
Edison.
Aye.
Flournoy.
Aye.
Griffith.
Aye.
Hans. Lindsay. Absent. Is Lindsay here?
No, no.
Lippman.
Aye.
Yay.
Miller.
Aye.
Luna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Patton.
No.
No. Pimentel.
Aye.
Dorick.
Aye.
Turner. Absent. Watkins. Watts.
Yes.
Fifteen yeses, motion passes.
I move the remaining
U4 and U6?
yes, whatever it is.
Okay, so Juan Matute moves U4 and U6 as written. Anybody second that?
Sharon Cooney will second.
Okay, Cooney second. Any discussion? Mike, can you call the roll?
Sure.
Vote.
We're voting to approve U4 and U6. Barnes.
Aye.
Buckelman.
Abstain.
Cooney.
Aye.
Edison.
Aye.
Flournoy.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Yes.
Hance.
Yes.
Lindsay is absent. Lippman.
Yes.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Luna.
Aye.
Murphy.
Yes.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel.
Aye.
Sidoric.
Aye.
Turner is absent. Watkins.
Aye.
Watts.
Aye.
Sixteen yeses, motion passes.
Thank you, Mike. At this point, I'd like to move us on to the Tranche 1 updates. So we'll start with the staff report, take public comment, and have a discussion and possible action after that.
All right, want to just orient yourself. You've got the sort of informational and edited version of Tranche 1 reflected in track changes in your packets, along with the updated Appendix A. So I'll kind of go through what edits we've made across the board, but that's what you've got in front of you today. So on Tranche 1, we added our new fifth principle. We wrote a paragraph, sort of describing it. We've reordered the principles based on the order decided in the meeting. We've added in language about California's aging population. We've also added in language about the difference between suburban and urban transit. We added in some additional language about sort of competition and sort of shared riding gig economy. And then we have changed some of the funding references. There'll be substantially more funding content coming in Tranche 3, but we did, where it had been mentioned inside Tranche 1, we did change it to sort of increasing fundings. Just to remind everyone where our principles ended up, those are transit should be operationally and financially sustainable, safety is fundamental, provide fast, reliable, connected, and convenient transit services, provide transit that is accessible and easy to use for all, and develop high-quality public transit systems to support complete communities. Go to the next slide. The following motions were added and removed just based on the feedback, which was empower and resource regional agencies to designate key transit hubs and stations in consultation with cities, counties, and transit agencies where clear standards and wayfinding will apply. We also removed PP6 based on the voting record, which was encourage the integration of paratransit, microtransit, and fixed route services. We updated the following recommendations, which were we removed A4 since it was chaptered into law. We updated A5, B2, B4, KK1, KK2, J2, and MM1, and those should all be reflected in track changes in the report, so you'll be able to see that struck out in red language. And in Appendix A, you will see two new sections, again, all in track changes, so I definitely encourage you. I know Appendix A is long, but if there's anywhere to particularly focus, you'll want to look at sections 1, 8, and 9. Those were state and local policies that impact service efficiency and transit ridership, included but not limited to transit prioritization and roads, land use, housing, and pricing policies. We also added in Section 9, which is the identification of the state departments and agencies that have responsibility for transit system oversight, grant administration, and reporting. And then we've also made a number of wording changes and tried to clean up some of the scenarios that we had substantial discussion with during the report. Again, all of that is in track changes for your review on one, and our hope is to kind of effectively accept those today. We're not going to take any specific votes here, but we do want to receive feedback. Hopefully this was this feedback was responsive to your need. If there's anything in addition, we're happy to take feedback on that, and we're also happy to take any, more additional questions during this. But did want to show you that we are trying to adequately address the feedback we got. Next slide. Before we take comment from the task force, we will take any public comment on updates to this, and then I do see some task force members ready to comment, so take public comment first.
Is anyone in the room like to make a public comment? Seeing no one in the room, Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
There are currently no raised hands on Zoom. I'll give it a moment. There are no public comments on Zoom.
That concludes public comment for this part of the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mike. With that, we'd like to go to getting feedback on the changes that have been made to the report, and we will, of course, be bringing back additional content in our next meeting as well. So, Kate Miller first.
Yeah, thank you. And this is, I don't have any comments on the changes, but I did read this pretty thoroughly and, found a few typos and misspellings and stuff. But also, I think there's some areas where we could really emphasize the specific issue by just some language changes. Do you want me to just send those comments to you then? Okay. And then, what'd be really helpful is to send it in a format that we can actually modify, because it's just, I think, easier that way. Yeah, great. Thank you.
We'll send that to the members.
And then you can do the track changes, and it's easier for you to read too. Thanks.
Michael Pimentel.
Thank you, Michael Pimentel with the California Transit Association. So, I guess a few observations, not specific to the edits that are before us, and I should say the new words on the page. I think when I look at this report, there are a few things that I know are going to be forthcoming in the coming weeks as we move this report to finalization, like enhanced focus on transit funding, which I'm going to just posit, should be first and foremost in the report and what it speaks to. But I think there's some other areas where we would definitely want to see some further progress, further flesh out the narrative on really the recent California transit trends and challenges. I think some of those areas include on administrative and policy barriers to transit as well as to service delivery. I think that's one of those stories which is not told loudly enough in Sacramento for folks to truly understand what is facing us as an industry. I think when we move that forward, I think we'd want to see some additional edits, perhaps a new subsection that speaks to it. I would also highlight that there are perhaps some additional edits that can be made to the subsections on regulatory and policy barriers on transit ridership decline, transit reliability, and transit cost. Some of the things that we had uplifted in response to the report when it was presented to us the first go-around was on transit reliability. One of the things that is impacting our ability to provide service beyond things like the challenges on the streetscape is the transition to zero-emission technology. And that's something that does not feature in the report, but I would say has been thoroughly validated by the reporting of National Renewable Energy Lab on contracts with the California Air Resources Board. We have vehicles that are frankly available 6 to 7 out of 10 times, when our diesel or CNG buses that they're replacing are available 9 out of 10 times. That is something that's going to impact service. Folks need to understand that and understand that there are additional complications associated with the transition. In that same breath, when we talk about transit costs, and there's pretty detailed analysis in the appendix, and it, I think, presents it well about the cost impact of that transition to zero-emission technology. We are talking about agencies buying buses that are 2 to 3 times more expensive than what they're replacing. And so when the state legislature is considering an inflator on CapEx for transit between now and the future, you really need to understand one of the core cost drivers for a lot of agencies is going to be that. As it was making rounds in Sacramento just yesterday, folks were asking us, what are those drivers of the fiscal cliff? There are a number of things, fare box recovery, higher costs for capital and labor. One of the things that some agencies are presenting is this transition to zero-emission technology, the vehicle procurements, the infrastructure, retraining, the interface to the utilities, all of that leading to impacts that are ultimately pushing agencies to move fungible resources away from operations and toward capital expenditures. Again, I think all that needs to be presented in a clear narrative sense, because at some point, I think the state will have to make some determinations within limited resources. Where are those resources best directed? I would posit that we have presented it's best directed toward operations and service, not towards capital replacement, but that is something that, of course, has been determined differently by the state thus far. That may be a point of reevaluation. So those are just a few things that I want to make sure that I was uplifting as areas for additional context, and that if, as we're moving this forward to finalization, hope that there might be still some additional edits here, and we're happy to support and doing quite literally like a markup of what may be fruitful in this conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, as always, comments in between meetings, and we'll send out that document so you can write in some track changes type recommendations and send that back. That would be helpful. We'll go to Laurel Paget-Seekins next.
Laurel Paget-Seekins, Public Advocates. I appreciate the edits so far, and I think it reflects a lot of what we shared at the last meeting. I continue to feel unsatisfied, but I recognize there's constraints on the scenarios. I guess one feedback I would have on the replace text is that it is true that higher levels of OpEx would also need to be paired with higher levels of capital, but I think that is also true with the scenarios that assume that operating efficiency, or the OpEx per vehicle revenue hour efficiency can improve based on, improvements like capital projects that create bustle lanes. Like the example here, Van Ness had great operational improvements, but that was an expensive capital project, if I remember correctly. So I think it just sort of leads one to believe that the sort of reverse might not be true. So that would be, I guess, my feedback there is to make it clear that in order to save money in operations, some of these things also require capital investment.
Thank you, Laurel. Appreciate that. Ian Griffiths next.
Ian Griffiths. Just on the guiding principles, we adopted these principles last time, and I think that was a valuable, that was a valuable discussion. And I just observe again that they're not phrased in the same way. And and I think this is a document this is going to be around for a long time, I hope. And I think just to be strong, to have principles, the 5 principles all be phrased in a similar manner, like parallel construction would strengthen this. And I just ChatGPT'd what are good principles for effective principles, and it's positive and action oriented is the word that comes up. So I think the first 2 principles in particular, with very minor tweaks, could just be made more like the other 3 in terms of that they're. As you come back with the final draft, that would be my main feedback, and I don't know if others agree, but to be able to maybe add a couple words to, or change a couple of words of those first to make the first 2 principles similar to the others in terms of more positive and action-oriented principles, so that they're all, when seen on a page together, they're directional for the state legislature. And right now, the first 2 are not very, they're statements. They're not really principles.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Carrie?
I didn't quite understand what happened to PP6.
I will double check my notes from the minutes, but I believe the motion failed, and therefore the recommendation was removed. So it was not in the final report.
So I guess a follow-up, if there's things that we feel are missing, like I know that there are things that we're still coming back to in the next session, but like if we read through a list, like PP6, maybe that one wasn't good, but we need to say something about how we might integrate better across paratransit, microtransit, various things. Is there a process for us to suggest things still, or are we running out of time at this point?
I mean, you're welcome to propose something for the next meeting that we would take a vote on.
Okay.
So, feel free to write that up and we can put
Okay,
it on the
and
agenda.
similar in other
Yeah.
sections, if
Sure.
we read through and there's only two things and we feel like there's some big missing issue.
We have one more meeting to
Next
do that
meeting
at,
is our
so,
chance to
but
do
but
those
like, we'd
things.
need those with enough advance notice that we could put them on the agenda.
Right, understandable, okay.
Alex, Bockelman, and then, Mark Watts.
Thank you. I'm just trying to orient myself. Okay, I think one of my comments is around the principle, develop high-quality public transit systems to support complete communities. Kind of getting confused between all the documents I have here, but it seems like that one is where nested somewhere under that we have pricing, but we don't really have anything that's pricing related except for maybe one parking. So I guess this principle, maybe, it also, unless I'm missing something, it doesn't seem like we talk about kind of how SB 375 kind of fits in with this principle. I mean, I feel like as an MPO, we spend a lot of time trying to make sure that we're creating, we're basically following SB 375 to create complete communities, to make sure we're doing everything we can to get housing built around transit. We've had a lot of success in the Bay Area, so maybe I'm missing it because there's just too much right now, but feels like maybe that's missing, but it may be hiding somewhere in a document that I don't have right in front of me right this second, but it seems important. So I wanted to note that and maybe the dearth of pricing, but again, maybe I'm missing and I've lost it.
So on pricing, and then I'll try to touch on the SB 375 issue. Some of that, I mean, the housing section on complete communities is really touched on, entrenched to kind of the side of the issue. The way the legislation races changes to land use, housing, and pricing policies. We'll have some small recommendations on pricing coming back as part of the funding side recommendations. It kind of is a little bit of a, pricing as a funding mechanism. I don't think again, we welcome suggestions, but if there's if there needs to be a stronger set of recommendations on pricing, I think we'd need to see what the task force would support in that area. I don't necessarily feel like we have consensus on. It's certainly a contentious issue, to say the least. So we've, sort of said this is the policy direction. We've talked about and then on SB 375, we have Appendix C is sort of where we do try to address where that sort of existing adopting policy and how this plays into the picture. I don't know if that's sufficient, but that is where we've attempted to address that. And I also do know one thing that we've heard from the regions and the MPOs is the need to look at 375 and how that has been working over the duration. And I think it was just announced yesterday. That issue itself is getting its own directed, we have our new Sustainable Communities Task Force that is kicking off. So again, we've touched a lot of issues in this task force, so that may be one we speak less to, but if there's anything in particular you'd like to see to speak more to it, we're very welcome.
Okay, and maybe part of it is, I do think that the planning part and the sustainable community studies are really important to this principle and to how transit fits with land use and housing and pricing. So I do think somehow introducing that, and then maybe it's a matter of saying that there is this other task force that's going to do more on this, but I think it's important. So I'll think more about it and send you some thoughts. I think one other thing, just in Appendix A, I thought last meeting that a lot of us talked about how we would like to see the funding for the state, even the statewide comparison, like see that for operating versus capital, because it seems kind of important. Was it just not possible?
Yeah, we wrote it in the staff report, but unfortunately, at any individual agency, there's no reporting that says, you know, this set of funding went to operations, this set of funding went to capital, reported out in the aggregate. So we can track the inflows, you know, look at how much funding went to all the agencies, and then we can track the outflows of, you know, what did they spend it on based on, but we can't necessarily track how, without looking into every program's expenditures and every agency's budget, which, you know, just we don't have the time, nor would we have ever really had the time or resources to do. You could potentially do it for one agency, but not all of the agencies.
Okay, and then I guess just, I know that, Michael maybe mentioned this in CTA, but just, you know, just the ICT rule and kind of how that really does put huge demands on the transit operators and leads to more, like, fiscal cliff. Like, I think we have some recommendations around that, but trying to make sure that we emphasize that. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I know in page 8 of the main report, you know, we have one section that can be bulked up and strengthened, and put into potentially its own bullet, and heard that from you all loud and clear.
Yeah, and I will mention that we have had, you know, as the kind of multi-state agency ICT Zero Emission Bus Task Force has been meeting. I mean, this has been a continued and more detailed conversation there as well than we've had at this task force. It's very well understood that there's a significant financial pressure that comes from the transition that can directly take away resources to do other things like operate service. Mark Watts, next.
Very simply, I just want to better understand how and when the recommendations by Kerry Watkins or Alex will be seen by us, or will we have to wait till the next agenda, or can we see it in advance? I'm very interested.
Yeah, if we receive any other recommendations in time, and we will establish what that date is in our follow-up communication, because I don't actually know right now, but we'll establish a drop dead for suggestions, since we will be concluding our meetings at the next one. But it would be, we would put together, the agenda for the next meeting will come out, and then any sort of, if we receive suggestions and recommendations, we will, similar to how we took, Eli had presented, and then put that in the staff report as Eli's suggestion, we will, excuse me, not Eli, Ian, in our last meeting, my apologies. We will put it into the pre-meeting materials in the staff report as like a suggested new recommendation if we get any suggestions. And we will let task force members know whatever date we will need to receive things by in order to have them included in the staff report shortly after this meeting. I see Laurel.
I saw Alex Bockelman and then Laurel Patrick-Seekins.
I already went, sorry.
Laurel, go ahead.
Laurel from Public Advocates. I'm just trying to think of what's still going to be covered at next month's meeting. And I know the recommendations around funding are still outstanding. If we have recommendations around funding, given that we haven't already seen those, can we send? I already did, but can we send those in advance? Like, since we won't have this 2-meeting cycle like we're having with all the other ones.
Those, if there's conflict between, thank you, Chad. If there's conflict between the staff report recommended ones or task force member, we'll just represent those, again, similar to how we did with Ian in the staff report of, you know, here's what the staff report version is, here's what, you know, any member suggestions are, and give those to all task force to sort of consider all at once, knowing that we have, we are going to try to land the remaining topic areas just to cover, and we'll communicate this. Ours, transit should be operationally and fiscally sustainable principle, and now we'll conclude the report and sort of have basically everything put together into one. It will be one extremely large body to consider in the next meeting, most likely.
Okay, well, we appreciate the feedback on the update to the Tranche 1 materials. At this point, we would like to move on the agenda to talk about next steps. We have one meeting remaining. That's our plan. It's at SACOG on September 30th at 10 a.m. And we'll be in Sacramento, so appreciate those of you who can come up there. Thank you very much for the meeting today. Is there any further items that we need to discuss? With that, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.